All right. Thank you for your patience and the assembly. It's 11:50 and I call the meeting of the Board of Regents to order. Chief of Staff Nicola Jewski, will you please take roll?
Chair Brooks.
Here.
Vice Chair Goodman.
Here.
Regent Ariscata. Regent Batista. Regent Boylan. Thank you, Regent Boylan. We see you. Regent Brager. Here. Regent Brown.
Present.
Regent Carvalho.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Downs.
Here.
Regent Fernandez.
Present.
Regent Goycochea.
Here.
Regent McGrath.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just for a moment, I'd like to call your attention over to the right side of me, your left side if you're facing me, to Jade Colwyn. Just give a little wait. Thank you. Jade Colwyn is a rising junior vocal performance major from Reno, Nevada. She's always had a passion for performing and regularly sings with the Nevada Chamber Opera, University Chamber Chorale, and had a recent performance with Firebird Light Opera. Jade would like to thank her family for supporting her dreams every step of the way. Please rise for our national anthem performed by UNR student and vocal performance major, Jade Colwyn, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Regent Downs. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the gates ran clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sweet eyes that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free in the home of the brave.
Fantastic. And just as an administrative note, please recognize that item 25 has been withdrawn at the request of President Sandoval. I'll now move to agenda item number 1, which is public comment. For those who'd like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 992-8475-3091 and passcode 555-555. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Chancellor McNair, Chair Brooks, and esteemed regents, I am Dr. Deborah Arteaga, DEBORAHARTEAGA, past chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. I want to talk about a double standard at UNLV that many faculty are concerned about. I have been a member of the Department of World Languages and Cultures for 34 years. During that time, we have hired several faculty members, and every single one, from lecturers to a tenured associate professor, have been vetted through a national search. But this is often not the case with administrators at UNLV. Interim President Hebe was named Dean of the College of Liberal Arts, the largest college at UNLV, via an internal search. He became Executive Vice President and Provost with no search. He appointed Dr. Jennifer Keene as the Dean of the College of Liberal Arts, again with no search. Interim President Hebe also named the Senior Vice Provost for Academic Affairs, Dr. Kate Hausbeck-Corrigan, with no search. The list is long and is everywhere on campus. There is no reason that UNLV's president, who is the chief academic officer, should not be vetted like all other faculty members. In addition, all other NSHE presidents have been selected via a national search. It has been mentioned that interim President Hebe was the second choice when President Whitfield was chosen. That is irrelevant. It is not 2020 in the middle of a pandemic. Moreover, interim President Hebe may indeed be chosen if there is a national search. Given the double standard at UNLV and the fact that we are an R1 institution, interim President Hebe should not only welcome a national search, he should insist on one. Thank you.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Honorable Regents. For the record, my name is Randy Robison, Director of Government Affairs for the City of Las Vegas, as well as the Chair of the Institutional Advisory Council at CSN. Appreciate the opportunity to make a couple of comments today. First, would like to thank Chancellor McNair. I was privileged to recently be in a meeting with him to speak about the Northwest Campus. And as we talked about the potential of that campus, I was very impressed and excited by his vision of what could be out there. And so I wanted to thank him for that opportunity and for his time and vision. I know that campus has been under discussion for quite some time. I also want to thank this body for its vote to include and elevate it on your recent CIP list. Long road ahead of us, and that brings me to item number 13, which is another step forward on that long road. On behalf of the City of Las Vegas, happy to be here in full support of the amendment to this agreement. I think it keeps us moving forward. And on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, we have been, are, and will continue to be a very enthusiastic partner for the potential Northwest Campus. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment at the system office in Las Vegas?
Chair, there is not.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment here at UNR? I think you can hear in the background Regents saying this is a first. I believe that it is. Thank you. SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
No callers at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Then we will move right into agenda item number 2. And I'll ask President Sandoval to lead us off with this discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor, fellow presidents. For the record, my name is Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. Before we hear from, I want to welcome everyone to our campus and excited that you're all here. But before we hear from our presenters, I want to take a moment to recognize what they represent. The individuals you're about to meet exemplify the caliber of scholarship, teaching, and community engagement that defines the University of Nevada, Reno, and that makes the institution worthy of the partnerships and investments we continue to attract. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our student presenter, Abdul Warith Kasim, and later our faculty presenter, Dr. Lindsay Monroe. First to present is Abdul Warith Kasim. Abdul Warith is a PhD candidate in chemistry at the University of Nevada. Originally from Nigeria, he brings a strong passion for scientific discovery and a deep commitment to community. Under the mentorship of Professor Ying Yang, his research focuses on the design of chemically recyclable polymers that can be broken down and rebuilt on demand, advancing the next generation of sustainable materials. His work has been published in Macromolecules, a premier journal in polymer science. Beyond his research, Abdul Warith is a dedicated community builder and science advocate. He is a founding member of the university's chapters of the National Organization for the Professional Advancement of Black Chemists and Chemical Engineers, the African Students Association, and he actively volunteers in K-12 science outreach through the American Chemical Society and the university's chemistry department. A two-time 3-minute thesis champion at the university. He earned first prize in the People's Choice Award in the master's category in 2024 and first prize in the PhD category in 2026. So I do with that present to you Abdul Warith. Please
Yeah.
proceed.
Thank you very much, President Sano, for that beautiful introduction. Thank you very much, Board of Regents, for having me. So my name is Abdul Warith, like you said, so I'll just start with it. So plastics, we've been made to believe that they're the villains. You know, when you look at the landfills, you see ocean pollution. It's very much real, and my research is not here to argue with any of that. But I'd like everyone to look around today. Your water bottles, your phone cases, the tires of the cars that you drove down here. They are all plastics. These plastic materials are beautiful materials. So today I'll be talking about plastic recycling, which is what my research focuses on. And when we talk about plastics, we're really talking about polymers. And to describe polymers, polymers are long chains of repeating units of a molecule. So think of these polymers as beads on a necklace. And the term plastic is just the everyday name that we give to items that are made of these polymers. So when you think about it, in order for us to make better plastics, we need to redesign these polymer chains. And when you look at the traditional modes of plastic recycling that we have, every time that we recycle these materials, their properties just get worse. Then we ask ourselves, is that really recycling? That is just a slower way for us to make waste. Then you see, stop using plastics, use paper straws. I'm sure no one really likes using that. So what my research focuses on is how to create a more sustainable way to recycle these plastics. And one method is chemical recycling of these polymers. So what my research does is that we design these polymer chains with an exchangeable bond. And this exchangeable bond is called dithiol-acetals. So I'm about to go into the chemistry now a little bit. So these dithiol-acetal bonds, I want you to think of it as carbon and sulfur holding hands in the polymer backbone on these linear chains. Then when we add a catalyst and the right reaction condition, a solvent, we're able to break it down into smaller pieces. And these smaller pieces of these exchangeable bonds then form cycles. That's the first part. That's breaking down the plastics. So for the second part of the reaction, this broken down part is going to serve as the building block to repeat this process. So now these building blocks of macrocycles, when we add catalysts, other right reaction conditions that I can't go into, but from there, they break apart, reconnecting with each other, reforming that plastic or that linear polymer chain. And this cycle can go on and on without loss and without loss on properties of these materials. So, you know, the exciting part about all this is that it's not just an idea, it works already. The materials that I've made in the lab for material testing, tensile testing, we've seen that some of the strength of the material has similar strength to that of low density polyethylene. That's the materials that are used in your shopping bags, your bin liners, but this one is actually recyclable. So sometimes when you think about it, sometimes the solution is not to eliminate plastics, but for us to rethink the solutions to these plastic problems. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We appreciate it. Are there any questions? Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I actually got to be your judge during the 3-minute competition, and I
remember.
did vote for you, so I'm glad
Thank
that
you,
you
thank
ended
you,
up
thank you.
winning. I was just impressed with you then as I am today, and I am curious what your commercialization plan is for this.
So right now we're still in the first phase. So the first prototype of the materials was us just finding the system that works. So right now we're optimizing the material. That's why I mentioned like the strengths that we're testing of the material is just seeing how strong are these materials while still maintaining the recyclability. So we're still in the foundational stages, just watching how we can optimize the material properties. Then from there, we'll move on to like how can we scale this up, like the feasibility studies, the safety for consumptions, then we'll go from there. So this project is just about 3 years, 4 years, so it's still in the foundation stages. But
Well,
we're
we are
excited.
so lucky that you're doing this research right here at UNR.
Thank you.
And I mean, especially now that everybody's talking about the microplastics and how they're, 1% of us are made up. I mean, it's not 1%, but like we
get
have all
you.
these microplastics and everything, the water bottles that we're using to, everything that we consume. So I'm really excited to see where this goes. How many more years do you have here at UNR?
Uh,
Indefinitely? We're never leaving?
that was a good question for my PI.
Well, I look forward to seeing you and where it goes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Goodman.
Thank you. I think I could speak for all of us. This is really, I think, the reason why we're all here. It's so exciting what you're doing, and I just had a smile on my face the whole time. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say, back in my glory days, I actually started the recycling program for plastics and all recyclables at UNLV. So
Oh, wow.
it's pretty exciting what you're doing. I love
Thank
the
you.
sustainability of it, and I think it's really very, very cool. So congratulations, and
Thank you.
thank you for being here in our state and making the University of Nevada Reno look so great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much for your time and your presentation. I don't see any other questions. Fantastic job. Thank you. President Sandoval, would you like to introduce your faculty member?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Regents. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm very pleased to present Dr. Lindsay Monroe. Dr. Lindsay Monroe is a teaching professor in the Department of Biochemistry, Molecular Biology, and Biotechnology and the faculty liaison for academic standards. Over her 13 years at the university, she has been deeply engaged in advancing pedagogy and implementing research-informed teaching practices that promote meaningful student learning. Her recent work focuses on supporting faculty and students as they navigate the rapidly evolving landscape of generative AI in higher education. She has been recognized for her excellence in teaching with multiple awards, including the university's F. Donald Tibbetts Distinguished Teacher Award and the Paul and Judy Bible Teaching Excellence Awards. So with that, I turn it over to Dr. Monroe.
Thank you so much, President Sandoval. And thank you, Regents and Chancellor, for allowing me to be here today. So as President Sandoval mentioned, I've been here for 13 years as an educator, and I can honestly say that only recently in this moment that we are having, this AI moment, I have never felt the responsibility of my role as heavy as it is now. People have a lot of thoughts about AI and how it is shaping our education and our and higher ed. And so here is mine. I strongly believe that it is our responsibility as educators and mentors to teach our students AI literacy, including responsible and ethical use of this technology. I am so lucky to be working at an institution that allows me to be central in some of these AI initiatives, and I'd like to share a couple of them with you today. So there's a lot of things that have happened over this last year related to these PAC AI initiatives that our university has kind of put forward. And so there are some faculty facing, there are some student facing. This is a very small sampling. The lane that I live in is in teaching and learning. I'm an educator. I love my students. I want them to leave this institution as prepared for the world that they're about to be in as they can. Part of that is equipping our faculty, right, in this new landscape for a lot of faculty with the skills in which they can then pass on that literacy to their students, right? And so there's been a lot of initiatives that are collaborative, that are hugely collaborative with libraries, with our teaching excellence office, with the provost's office, right? There's a whole bunch of folks from all different disciplines really involved in this initiative. We've had faculty be able to come together to share what they are doing in their classrooms when we think about AI, the discussions they're having with their students, how they may or may not be integrating it into their curriculum. There's an AI framework, a group of us through the AAC&U Institute who have developed a framework around AI awareness, right? Getting our head out of the sand and to be aware about what AI is and isn't, where the information comes from so that we can properly articulate this to our students. And then a lot of other faculty professional development, right? So these are just some tools to equip our faculty so that we can then prepare our students. What I'm most enthusiastic about and sharing through our PAC AI initiatives are two things, very student-centered. First is a generative AI certificate that is currently in the works that I've been developing with our Nevada Online. There's a 3-course, the goal is a 3-course, 9-credit certificate. The first course being Fundamentals of AI, so teaching students AI literacy. Things like bias, hallucinations, where that information comes from. Then we have an AI ethics course, okay, that we'd like to offer to our students. And then finally, an AI in the disciplines course. So depending on your career path and your discipline that you're in, being able to equip students with that knowledge so they can make the decisions and have that responsibility. This is also to be offered to non-degree seeking students, right? So not just our students here at UNR, but any folks that would like to be part of this certificate. My baby is this course AI in the Wild, and I really want to share this because I'm really proud of the student output in this course. So this is a 1-credit weekend course that is being offered at our Lake Tahoe campus. So this has been taught twice so far. And how it works is students come and I teach them about fundamentals of AI. So they learn about where the information comes from, all of that introductory stuff. And then we go out in the field and it's usually a hike or some outdoor experience. And students, these are students from all backgrounds, all levels of AI experience. We go, say, on a hike and they collect observations. So pictures, sounds, sketches. I'll have students sketches or they write down observations. And then we come back to the classroom and they learn how to use generative AI as a collaborator in order to produce a creative artifact. And so one of the most remarkable things about this course, there are 2 things that I've noticed so far, is one, the student reflections. So after they go through this experience of creating their artifact using generative AI, they reflect on that experience. In which ways has AI maybe enhanced their experience with nature? How has it hindered their experience with nature, right? Where may have it helped their creative ingenuity, and where do they need to be central in that loop as the human being? And so they are coming up with these remarkable insights about generative AI through this low stakes experience. The other thing that was very eye-opening to me was the output of these artifacts. So I hear a lot about how AI might be creating or stifling creativity, and I do not observe this in this course. Students are coming up with the most remarkable and wonderful artifacts that they're sharing, and I just wanted to share a couple with you. One student created a story who later went on to be president of our AI club here on campus, which we're heavily engaged with. A story about humans leaving Earth and we leave a robot on Earth, and it is there to kind of engage with nature and reflect on how it's experienced with nature. There was another student who took pictures of our hike and then overlaid the Washoe people walking on that same hike and what their experience may have been through that time period versus ours. And so just the creativity and the experiences of the student through this, one credit course has been really quite remarkable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any regents with questions? I don't see any, but we do recognize the importance of AI, its development, particularly when you're talking about students and faculty. So again, thank you very much for having this conversation with us. Regent Del Carlo does have a question for you.
Thank you very much. I just
Sure.
wanted to know when that class is at Lake Tahoe, because I'm within a mile of campus and I would love to come.
So it's offered one weekend every semester, and I think in the fall it's going to be October, I don't know, 18th through 20th. I'm not exactly sure, but it'll be October. So we're going to go do the fall leaves hiking. Anyways, yes, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you again.
Thank you. Yeah. And with that, we'll move to agenda item number 3, Regents Welcomes, Introductions, and Reports. And I'd like to open up the floor to members of the board who would like to participate in introductions or reports. And we'll just start at one end and move across to the other. So Regent Breger, is there anything you'd like to?
I'm good. I think we all put in a lot of hard work and it'd be a lot to explain, so I'm good.
Great. Anyone else to the right of me? Regent Gokachia?
I will report I attended the Witchy Vet Med Advisory Council meeting in Laramie the end of May, and I guess the long and the short of it was there's at least 9 states that don't have a vet school in them: New Mexico, Montana, both Dakotas, Wyoming, Hawaii, Idaho, and of course Nevada. One thing that was apparent in the council meeting is the shortage of vets and the thousands of vet students that are applying and can't get placed. So I guess it's a case of build it and they will come, or they need a place to come to. So let's do our part. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Arascata?
And Regent Gogachia, we're doing our part. And ARSA, this meeting right before this, the School of Veterinary Medicine was approved. So we are passing forward. Nothing on my side, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just really quickly outline that I attended many events during this this quarter, including the Cure for the Kids Vegas Chamber event, UNLV Virtual Campus Conversations for Peace and Civility, UNLV AI Ethics webinar, the Brews and Economic Views for UNLV. I was also invited by President Lopez Lassiter to the Nevada State University Urban Land Institute Technical Assistance Panel, and that was an awesome presentation. I look forward to what we have coming on that. As the NSHE representative for Springs Preserve, I attended a quarterly meeting. Want to invite everybody out to the Springs Preserve for the summer programming, which is Dino Safari Adventure. So fun times at the Springs Preserve. Excuse me, they're seeing increases in engagement and participation all the time. It's really a treasure in Southern Nevada. Also, as the NSHE representative for the Nevada State Board of Education, I've been attending monthly meetings. We're tackling many big policy issues currently facing the state of Nevada, including the future of education in this changing educational environment, standardized testing to measure student learning, and the importance and focus on literacy levels by grade 3. So lots of things that I've been involved in this quarter, and very proud to represent this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. It's been a busy quarter for me too. And in my role as the ACCT National Chair, I was invited to the AACC conference in April 10th through the 14th in Seattle. And while I was there, Dr. Pollard, who is now our ACC president and CEO, asked me to do a seminar with her to new presidents and give the regent or trustee perspective, the do's and don'ts of being a brand new president. So that was really a fun thing to talk about. And we have monthly meetings. Latest action in Washington, they're at once a month because things are changing so fast, as we know in ARSA this morning on the funding for scholarships and federal grants. So I've attended all that. We had 5 regional meetings across the country for updates, what's going on with ACCT. I had my president and CEO, Ji-Hang Lee, came out about 10 days ago, and we went up to Lake Tahoe. I'm having a national board of directors meeting here at Lake Tahoe. We'll be staying at Bally's, and Lake Tahoe Community College has offered us their campus for the meetings, which we've graciously accepted. And we are going to bring in, I don't know how many of you went to UNLV when, and they had a meeting here at Reno at the same time, but in person, you had the Dignity Index. And so we're bringing the speaker into my board is 26 people from around the country, plus executive staff coming. So we think that Dignity Index, how many of you were there for that? It was really, really good. It's really worth seeing. And so we also approved our 26-27 budget. So, and then I've of course done lots of graduations, lots of different events, and I won't go through all of them in the interest of time, but I really relish the role as a regent and representing students and our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Regents. We'll move on now to agenda item number 4, and we'll get the report from the chair of the Nevada Student Alliance. And this is newly elected Chair Ondunzi, who will provide us with the report. Congratulations, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. If I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet, my name is Kelechi Odunze, and I'm excited to be returning as the CSUN Undergraduate Student Body President at UNLV. I am also extremely honored to have been appointed by my fellow student body presidents as the chair of the Nevada Student Alliance. This body represents the collective voice of over 100,000 students in our state, and we are very excited to be working with you all for this year. I also would like to recognize my peers for this year, Vice Chair Dylan Moss, who is the president of the Associated Students of the University of Nevada here at Reno, Braden Boltaire, from the Associated Students of the College of Southern Nevada at CSN, Trey Curtis Brown, President of the Graduate and Professional Student Association at UNLV, Rachanya Dev Chinnapan, the Graduate and Student Association President here at University of Nevada, Reno as well, Stephanie Flores, the President of the Nevada State Student Alliance at Nevada State University, Ozzy Tavares, the Associated Students of the University of Nevada School of Medicine President here at the University of Nevada, Reno, and then Polin Mongsiri, Truckee Meadows Community College SGA President, Storm Rain, Great Basin College Student SGA President, and then Carla Salas, the Western Nevada Associated Students of the Western Nevada College President. So those are all my peers, and they will be serving as the student body presidents for this year. So I want to give them a huge hand for all of the service that they will be providing. During our member reports this morning, each president highlighted affordability in higher education as one of their main priorities, and this next legislative session as well. We also wanted to provide resources and transparency regarding increases in student fees, whether it's the recent tuition fee increase or other increases at our universities. This is especially prevalent after the 12% fee increase that was just passed in January. And we also share many goals for this year, and a major focus will be access for the entire system, building community across our state, which we started in the South. We had a Southern Student Government Summit at Nevada State University, which was amazing, as well as building trust among our fellow students. We, as student leaders, are willing and ready to work with you all to partner with the board, the system staff, and our institutions to advocate for students for this year. And we recognize that unity is going to be extremely important during the next legislative session. And we are all here to serve students at the end of the day. And we realize that being united in that front and showing that together is how we get things done. So let's do it together. With that, I want to give an update from each of our institution presidents on some of their priorities. At CSUN, the 56th Executive and Legislative Session are working on finalizing the budget for their student government and preparing collaborations for this next academic year. CSUN has worked on initiatives such as approving a resolution urging for a UNLV Multicultural Center, being better connected with our athletics, and working on initiatives that will benefit students after we leave. This includes a shade structure on Alumni Walk, working with the university to provide funding on UNLV's Tech Loaner program, and working with the Vice President of Student Affairs, Dr. Rogers, and CFO Vatone on scooter lanes so students stop getting hit on our campus. We also wanted to highlight ADA advocacy on each campus and using requested deferred maintenance opportunities to enhance the student experience in that way. At ASUN, the 94th session of the Associated Students of the University of Nevada convened on April 15th. ASUN has begun working on key initiatives that focus on the We Are Nevada administration's pillars of advocacy, opportunity, and tradition. Officers of the association across their 3 branches are addressing issues on affordability, food insecurity, and bringing back the Nevada traditions that help shape their student experience here. They are also delivering on the Furthering Education Scholarship Program that will help address affordability issues surrounding testing fees that hold students back from continuing in their education. They're also working to help streamline student employment and help educate students on how to use Workday and get a job that supports their education. They're also working to bring back and expand Nevada traditions that engage their students, like the Welcome Week concert, super cool, the Homecoming Parade, and other traditions as well. ASUN is excited for their year to come and is ready to work diligently for every student that they represent. At CSN, the Associated Students of CSN have been focusing on filling the rest of their vacant seats. They had 8 openings at the beginning of the summer and are rapidly filling them, so now they only have 5. They also will be having team building and workshops on their operations of the association. Some goals they have for this academic year are helping to bring their Senate together, bring transparency, and make the association website so CSN student government can be more accessible. They also want to help build a coalition with students and student governments to set appointments with representatives and senators during the next legislative session. GPSA at UNLV, their elections have just concluded, and they are in the process of appointing the president's cabinet. Their council appointments are almost done, and they are excited to welcome a strong group of representatives. They're also finalizing several proposed changes to their constitution and are continuing to work on their annual budget. And one of their top priorities remains to support graduate and professional students through their sponsorship program, and the majority of their funding will be directed towards research, travel, and professional development. The Graduate Student Association here at UNR, their president was reelected, President Chinapon, for another term, providing continuity. Their council also received congressional recognition from the offices of Senator Jackie Rosen and Catherine Cortez Masto for their service and advocacy on behalf of graduate students. And lastly, this summer, GSA is focused on the Knowledge Fund advocacy, bylaw revisions, retreat planning, and recruiting new interns to strengthen their student government. NSU's NSSA had their first and second meeting and approved a total of 6 meetings. They have also filled 2 out of 4 vacancies through letter of intent process and are expecting a full board during the special September elections, as they've been getting a lot of interest from freshmen, which is great. NSSA has also approved their student body legislative priorities on June 6th and have been working closely with their acting president and government affairs team to include their priorities and how they can continue working together. And lastly, they finally found an artist to start with the mural painting to continue revamping their student space called the Scorpion Den, which is also very awesome. During the summer, this project will be completed and they will be getting started with the ribbon cutting event during the fall semester for Welcome Back Week. So we should all be there to see that. TMCC is investigating alternative means to improve the student representation on their campus. They're also they're facilitating hiring processes for an open position within their community college, SGA, and they're also celebrating the opening of a new community dining space located on their satellite campus, as well as supporting the development of a new mural honoring the achievements of the Hispanic community in higher ed. GBC's SGA is proud to have a 100% increase to the student organizations to bring student-led activities and engagement to their community. And they are also happy to continue their key wellness initiatives, including the food pantry, partnering with local businesses to keep students fed, and implementing student lounges on all campuses, as well as providing free fitness membership and their in-person students. The Associated Students of Western Nevada hosted over 250 students during the 2025 to 2026 year, including their St. Patrick's Day program, Global Game Day, Burgers and Badges, and De-Stress Fest, which fostered student engagement. They also hosted their annual awards and appreciation banquet, presenting more than 30 awards and welcoming over 200 attendees. And they also participated in WNC's Senior Day for approximately 150 incoming WNC students from different high schools. They also wanted to thank Regent Del Carlo for attending their annual awards and appreciation banquet, so thank you. And lastly, they supported commencement ceremonies on both the Carson and Fallon campuses, helping to celebrate and prepare the next generation of Wildcats. So I know that was a really long report, but all of our student governments have been very busy, and we wanted to let you all know that we are here to serve students just like you all. We would love to partner with you all, have you come to our events if you would like to, and just be good representatives of our entire system. So again, I know it was a long report, but we wanted to share all of the cool things we're doing with you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to, and before we hit agenda item number 5, I just want to say, listen, I know that lunch is scheduled at a certain time, right, 12:45. Considering that we started the meeting late, we're going to push lunch just a little bit because I think it'd be more effective for us to get through some of these agenda items, especially a few that have a timeliness issue component for them today, and hopefully be able to wrap up by 5:30 to attend the UNR reception. And so that was just a quick admin note to let you know that we're going to push lunch just a little bit. And we'll now move to agenda item number 5. This is a classified council report, and I'd like to call on Gustavo Gomez to please provide us with that report. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Brooks, Madam Vice Chair Goodman, fellow Regents, members, Chancellor, and attendees. My name is Gustavo Gomez from the University of Nevada, Reno. I am the current Secretary of the NSHE Classified Council. And as we close this fiscal year, we extend our appreciation for the opportunity to join these quarterly meetings with the board and attend regular meetings with the Chancellor. We look forward to continued conversation with Chancellor McNair and meeting regularly to collaborate on supporting classified staff interest. We appreciate the advocacy that Chancellor McNair has given to the NCC board. At the beginning of the fiscal year, the NCC goals were to continue working towards bringing equality and transparency across the NSHE institutions and improve the presence of classified staff members at critical meetings throughout the state. For transparency, we have discussed the ways that the institution communicate information with classified staff, or working towards finding a resolution regarding communication with PERS and the State of Nevada Human Resource Division. We appreciate the support and collaboration with all NSHE presidents' willingness to listen and work on finding solutions with the respective classified councils. We are preparing to welcome our newly elected board members as each institution completes their election or appointment process. The incoming officers' positions will be established in the fiscal year 27. We appreciate the collaboration and camaraderie shared with all of our current board members. We also want to extend our gratitude to all our institutions and Board of Regents for allowing us the opportunity to serve. All right, representing College of Southern Nevada, Executive Member at Large, Daria Hopkins, representing Great Basin College Communication Officer, Eridira Monroy, representing Nevada State University, Sergeant at Arms, Susan Gerling, representing of Truckee Meadows Community College, Scheduling Officer, this is a mouthful, Archives Adekolora Munguren, that was good. Representing University of Nevada, Reno, or Las Vegas Vice President Lisa Carter, and representing Western Nevada College, President April Reyes. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to represent the NSHE Classified Council. That is all.
Thank you very much for your report. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 6, and we'll hear from the chair of the Council of Faculty Senate Chairs, Dr. Ginger Doe.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ginger Doe for the record. As most of the Faculty Senate chairs conclude our terms of service, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, all members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor McNair, everyone at the system office, as well as our institutional leaders, for your continued support of shared governance and your commitment to the principles of academic freedom. We would also like to take a moment to thank Renee Davis for all of her work and wish her well in her well-earned retirement. We hope that it is reserved only for fun things. Serving as a faculty senate chair is both a privilege and profound responsibility. As representatives of the faculty of the Nevada System of Higher Education, we recognize that we are the voice of those who educate, mentor, conduct research, and provide service to our institutions and communities. We do not take that responsibility lightly. Over the past year, El Bawali, Cruz Laudenschlager, Jennifer McClendon, Maria Roberts, Vera Sambarova, Tracy Sherman, Oscar Sita, said it right that time. Eric York and I have worked diligently to advocate for faculty at both our individual institutions and at the system level. Although our perspectives and institutional missions sometimes differ, we have been united by our shared commitment to students, academic excellence, and the long-term strength of NSHE. We are grateful that our voices have been heard. In particular, we thank the board for listening to faculty concerns regarding the implementation of reduced credit baccalaureate degrees. We appreciate your willingness to allow additional time for research, deliberation, and broader discussion. Such deliberation reflects a shared commitment to ensuring that any changes to degree offerings are guided by evidence, implemented with care, and centered on what best serves our students and the people of Nevada. In order to address the unique position of administrative faculty, including but certainly not limited to our academic advisors and recruitment and access professionals, we would like to request that the Chancellor's Office form a working group with administrative faculty from each institution. Over the course of this year, we have seen firsthand the value of collaboration among faculty leadership, institutional administration, system office, and the Board of Regents. Shared governance is not always easy, and thoughtful disagreement is inevitable, but our experience has reaffirmed that when diverse perspectives are welcomed and considered, the resulting decisions are stronger and more sustainable. As many of us complete our service, we do so with gratitude, pride, and optimism. While leadership positions change, the commitment of faculty to our students, our institutions, and the state of Nevada remains constant. We hope that the spirit of collaboration and mutual respect that has characterized our work together this year will continue to strengthen shared governance across NSHE. I'm excited to take this opportunity to introduce the next generation of faculty senate chairs. Jessica Rowe, currently representing WNC. They're on a little bit of a different timetable than the rest of us. Sandra Cosgrove, representing CSN. Steve Cole, representing DRI. Ethan Hockley, representing GBC. Nicholas Arnett, representing NSU. Spencer Lewis, representing SCS. Bradley Summerhill, representing TMCC. Michael Kagan, representing UNLV, and Cheryl Hug English, representing UNR. Thank you for your partnership, your willingness to listen, and your dedication to ensuring that higher education in Nevada continues to thrive. It has been an honor to serve, and we wish our successors and all of you continued success in the important work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the work that you've done as the chair and your continued dialogue, conversation, and fantastic, transparent way of letting us know where some of the issues are and certainly areas that have generated opportunities for improvement. So thank you very much for your service. Thank you. We'll now move over to agenda item number 7, which is the Chancellor's Report, and I'll call on Chancellor McNair.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Thank you, Vice Chair Goodman, Regents. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'd like to address a little bit about what we've accomplished in the past year and then look ahead to what we think is coming for the next year. But first, of course, I want to thank President Sandoval and the UNR team for hosting us here on this beautiful campus. These meetings do not put themselves together. It's a lot of work to make this happen. So thank you to the UNR team, our IT and SCS team, the board team, because these meetings generally go off without a hitch and it takes a lot of work. So thank you for hosting. So for the first year, I've been focusing largely on building relationships with you as regents, with the presidents, with all the shared governance groups and system administration, the executive branch, the legislative branch, community and business leaders. This has given me a good foundation to understand how NSHE fits in with the state of Nevada and what I think we need to do in the year ahead. In the past year, a lot of our work has been about laying a stronger foundation for NSHE. And that means building the team, listening across the state, and beginning to turn priorities into coordinated action. I have visited every campus multiple times and have participated in hundreds of meetings with students, faculty, staff, government officials, community partners, and business leaders. Those conversations have reinforced both the complexity of our work and the importance of aligning the system around a clear set of priorities. We've also made several key hires on the leadership team in human resources, communications, budget and finance, operations, and government relations, with another important decision in academic and student affairs coming soon. These additions strengthen our capacity to serve the board, strengthen our institutions, and better position NSHE for the work ahead. And speaking of the decision coming up in academic and student affairs, this is a good time to recognize and congratulate Renee Davis on a long career. I know. And I apologize, Renee, because I know she doesn't like being singled out, but it's just too important not to say something about the great work that she has done over her career and as the interim vice chancellor. The system administration team has supported campuses this year in many ways. A couple of examples include former CFO Chris Vitone's work with Nevada State University to determine the appropriate financial position before establishing the North Las Vegas campus. Another example is the work of our risk and insurance, legal, and communications teams as they coordinated closely with campuses following the nationwide security incident involving Canvas. These are just a few of the examples in ways that system administration adds value, and we will be creating an annual report soon that will demonstrate, again, the value and the detail, in detail, of the purpose of the System Administration Office. We also supported the board through implementation of the Open Educational Resources Policy, directly advancing student affordability. And in addition to securing extensive positive press after the board voted to expand credit for prior learning, we have initiated a new awareness campaign in coordination with campuses that will go live in advance of the fall semester. So I'm proud of the work that we've accomplished in the past year, and I want to talk a little bit about the year ahead. So we look forward to working with the new board leadership to determine specific priorities for the next year. There are a few things that I think, based on my conversations with regents and presidents, that we just can't get away from. Most obviously is the upcoming legislative session. That is one of our highest priorities, to make sure that we present a unified voice for NSHE at the legislature. And I think that preparing for that session is one of the most important things we will do. We've spent a lot of time over the past year meeting, Alejandro and I meeting with legislators, adding Brody Leiser and Jason Frierson to the team. Of course, I think is going to help us immensely with those relationships, helping us build and improve our reputation and relationships with the legislature. With the board's approval, we also bought an office in Carson City, and after speaking with Vice Chancellor Frierson, I'm even more convinced that that was a good strategic move for us, not just to have a place to work, but to have a place for system people to congregate and even host legislators for meetings and social events that I think will pay big dividends. As I referenced earlier, we made strategic decisions to build this team in ways that will enhance our relationship with the legislature, and that was intentional. I'm confident that these moves will help us as we advocate for students and the system as we move forward. The second item I think that we've talked about before that we are going to address in the upcoming year is enhancing our strategic plan. One of the top priorities in the next year is to draw a clearer line between the direction that you set as a board to the work of the system office to what happens on each of the campuses. And just as important, we need a straightforward way to measure the work that produces those results. Our current plan, Success by Design, is a strong foundation, and there are components of that plan that will surely survive. But there are several things that have changed in the last year or the last couple of years that I think mean, and have been confirmed or have confirmed with all of you and the presidents, that changes necessitate an update to that plan. That includes mission differentiation, which I know has been a conversation that's been happening for years, and actually the conversation about enhancing the plan grew out of that mission differentiation conversation. Artificial intelligence, as we heard earlier, is changing the way that we all work, and we have to be able to adapt to that future. And then there are issues, as Ginger mentioned, the 90 credit degrees are taking hold across the country, and we have to be able to figure out how to adapt to that. And finally, I want to talk about building trust, because I think that that's one of the most important things that we can do as a system to ensure that we thrive and maximize our ability to serve the students of the state and serve our faculty and staff and align what we are doing with the workforce needs of Nevada. I believe that the relationship that we have, that my office within system administration has developed with all of the presidents and their leadership teams, is a really strong foundation and a building block that we can work off of in the coming year to enhance that trust building. Because I think through building that trust, through the process that we will go through, which will be a collaborative process for strategic planning, we'll build that trust over time and that we can operate more effectively as a team. My goal is to ensure that this plan, the NSHE strategic plan, becomes a living management tool, one that guides our decisions, builds alignment, strengthens accountability, and helps the system demonstrate its value. This is how 8 institutions become greater than the sum of the parts. One system, one team, rowing in the same direction, serving Nevada. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the report, Chancellor. We're going to move I'll move the board chair's report until after lunch so that we can get a couple of other items done. We'll move right into agenda item number 9, which is consent items. And I'll ask Regent Carvalho to read her disclosure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to NRS 281A, I am disclosing that I am a graduate student at UNLV. Specifically on item 9C, Dr. Mariano is a professor in the College of Education, Department of Educational Policy and Leadership, where I am a student. I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by the information presented in agenda item 9C, so I will be voting on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. Regent Del Carlo?
I'd like to pull item 9E, please, from consent.
Item 9E?
9E, yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Item 9E has now been pulled out of the consent items. I will ask for a motion, though, to approve items 9A through 9D and 9F.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Downs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Regent Del Carlo. I don't think there's any discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 9E, gift and kind donation, and I'll turn this over to Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, and I will defer to University of Nevada, Reno President Brian Sandoval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Regents, and thank you, Regent Del Carlo, for pulling this item. I think it deserves special attention. This agenda item seeks approval for the university to accept a generous gift of 2 Fanuc robotic platforms from Tesla to support instruction within our College of Engineering. Nevada is home to approximately 1,400 manufacturing companies employing more than 63,000 workers. Yet today, the university has no dedicated manufacturing lab with real-world industrial robots. This gift changes that. These Fanuc robotic arms, and you see one over there in the corner, the kind used on actual factory floors, will anchor a new manufacturing lab serving both our mechanical and industrial engineering programs, giving students direct hands-on experience with the same automation technology they'll encounter in their careers. This lab puts the university in an uncommon position, training future engineers not just with industry-relevant equipment, but with industry itself in the room. Beginning next fall, Tesla engineers will be on site in the Pennington Engineering Building on a regular basis to work directly alongside our students, providing technical assistance on hands-on projects and offering professional mentoring that includes career coaching, mock interviews, and resume reviews. For our students, this means moving from theory into execution, graduating as automation literate engineers ready to contribute on day one at companies like Tesla, Panasonic, Redwood Materials, and others driving Nevada's advanced manufacturing economy. We are pleased to have a member of the Tesla team with us today, Cheryl Olson, Senior Project Manager for Workforce Development. And Cheryl, where are you? There she is over there. So thank you, right there in the corner. But thank you for being here. And this is really a big deal. And we're really grateful for Tesla's commitment to building something lasting with our university. The acceptance of this gift reflects the strength of our partnership with industry and shared focus on student success and workforce readiness. And then, as an aside, it's our understanding this is the first gift of its kind by Tesla to a university anywhere in the United States of America. So with that, I respectfully request the board's approval of this item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Thank you, Regent Del Carlo, for having that item pulled so that we can hear more about it. Right now, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve 9E.
Yes, Regent Del Carlo, I'd like to make the motion to approve item 9E, the acceptance of the gift from Tesla.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I can second.
Thank you. A second from Vice Chair Goodman. We have the approval motion by Regent Del Carlo for the gift and kind donation to UNR, seconded by Vice Chair Goodman. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. Thank you. We're going to jumble around just a little bit. We're going to move to agenda item number 14, and I'm going to call on interim President Heavey to begin this conversation regarding UNLV at Civic Plaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. If we could bring up our slides, I would appreciate it. Interim President Chris Heavey for the record. And we're here today with an information item to brief the board on our work to bring UNLV into the heart of Las Vegas with our collaboration with the City of Las Vegas in Civic Plaza. So I'll just run through a few quick slides, and then we'll have the Executive Director of Economic Development from the City of Las Vegas here to express their enthusiasm about this partnership and then answer any questions you may have. It's our expectation to come back to you with item for action in the September agenda of the quarterly meeting. Thank you. So basically, we are aiming to bring the resources of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas into the heart of downtown in the Civic Plaza project. As you know, we are a comprehensive R1 research university with over 4,500 faculty and staff, and so many things to offer the community. And so we're excited to have this partnership in order to be able to bring these resources right into the heart of downtown Las Vegas. And Civic Plaza is a facility that was built by the City of Las Vegas to bring in key partners into the Civic Center, and other occupants of this building are the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, Workforce Connections, and the Cisco Aguilar with the Secretary of State will be moving into the Civic Plaza building as well. And basically, it is right there in the heart of downtown, and the idea will be we'll offer a range of services for the community that will be accessible to people who don't always have the ability to make it all the way over to our Maryland Parkway campus in the southeast. And so the notion here is it's going to be a consistent presence of UNLV faculty and staff and resources, but we're going to be flexible in the kind of programming that we're offering in this 16,000 square foot facility and be able to kind of gauge the demand as we move forward. I'll also say that the university is bursting at the seams currently with lack of space for new faculty and staff and administrators, and so this additional square footage will give us the ability to provide space for people who are struggling to find space for on the main campus. And this is kind of just a graphic to show some of the things that we expect to offer. At the heart of the programming will be the Rebel One Stop, which will basically offer the services of admissions, registrar, financial aid, and the Institute for Financial Literacy and Wellness, with the board approved a little more than a year ago and is offering great services on the main campus. And then some of the other kinds of things that we expect to happen at Civic Plaza around the outside of this graphic, and we'll again adjust those things based on the demand that we see from the community for those services. And so just a few of the highlights, the kinds of academic credentials that we might see being offered there, and especially the kinds of continuing legal education offered by our School of Law, and some of these high-value credentials that can be offered in bite-sized micro-credential forms to the community in this flexible and accessible space, including kinds of things that are helpful for people in this journey of lifelong learning that we want to support with all of the kinds of things that UNLV Lifelong Learning provides now currently on the Maryland campus. And then we also want to be able to support the business community with the kinds of services that are available in various sites, including the kinds of things that have been available in the Southwest at our Blackfire Innovation Institute. We'll bring those into the heart of downtown. And I'll highlight the cybersecurity services. As you know, we have an undergraduate degree and a master's degree in cybersecurity at UNLV, and those programs staff what's called the Cyber Clinic that offers low cost and often free consultation to small businesses to help them with their cybersecurity profile. Obviously an in-demand service that we can then offer in a accessible location for the businesses of our community. And so we're excited to have this collaboration with the city of Las Vegas to be able to bring all of the resources of of UNLV into the heart of our city. And with that, I will introduce my colleague, Dina Babsky, who is here from the city of Las Vegas and has been a great partner as we develop this project, to share a few words, and then we'll answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, President Heavey. Good morning, Dina Babsky, Director of Economic and Urban Development for the City of Las Vegas. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak here today. So from the city's perspective, this is not just about us filling space in our beautiful brand new Civic Plaza. It's more about strengthening the connection between higher education, workforce development, innovation, and economic growth, which is very important to me in my job. When I look into the future, I really see that our strongest competitive advantage in the future will be our workforce, our talent pipeline. Every day in my job, I speak with companies, and it is less often that the limitation is the lack of land or limited land, and it's more so, where's my workforce going to come from? That's why the partnership with UNLV is so important. Civic Plaza, when we first envisioned it, before it was even, constructed and now is fully operational, the goal was to create the intersection of government, higher education, workforce development, and community engagement. And so with that, we, as President Heavey mentioned, have very notable partners who already have taken space in Civic Plaza. Workforce Connections and Vegas Chamber, they moved in last September. Secretary of State said he's going to move in next week. He's a little busy right now with the elections. So that's happening next week. And having UNLV as an addition would be just absolutely fantastic to the ecosystem that we're trying to create. What really excites me most is, because I work so much on downtown redevelopment, is the fact that, downtown is changing. Years ago, we were known for our past, our history, what downtown was when Las Vegas first started. Now we are known for our momentum. So many people are now wanting to live, work, learn, play in downtown. And having UNLV being a part of that evolution is going to be just absolutely exciting and amazing. City can build spaces, we can build buildings, but it's these type of partnerships that bring them alive. With that, I'm so excited to build the future of Las Vegas with UNLV, as long as the NSHE community as a whole, and very hopeful that things will work out.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here and offering us your perspective on the advancement of things that are happening in downtown Las Vegas. Are there any regents with questions? Regent Arascata and then Regent Brown.
What is the total square footage you'll be utilizing there at the Civic Plaza?
Thank you for the question. Dina Babsky, 15,000 square feet on the third floor, 15,000 of the building B.
And how many different educational opportunities are you planning to move down there, President Heavey?
The vision is flexible programming, and so the exact programs that are going to be offered are yet to be determined. And so what we kind of laid out there in the presentation is a list of the kinds of things that we're expecting to do. We're also expecting them to be on a rotating basis. So we would have, for example, the lifelong learning courses being offered, continuing legal education, the cybersecurity, and some of them may rotate through, and it will also be flexible based on demand. So a lot of it will be building classroom space and gathering space for holding meetings, holding educational opportunities, etc.
Awesome. And I know about, and I've heard about the magnanimous support of the city of Las Vegas with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. What are you looking at for rent, or what is the lease fee gonna be below $1 a month or?
Yes, so we have a term sheet from the city of Las Vegas that hasn't been finalized yet. We expect the rent to be roughly $50,000 a month and then an amortization over 10 years of the tenant improvement costs, which are estimated to be in the range of $5 million. And the city will make a significant contribution to cover maybe as much as 40% or so of those costs. Yeah. So we'll have those exact figures when we come back as an information item. Or
Thank you.
an action item, I'm sorry. in
Action item
September,
next
yeah.
time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I've obviously had the privilege of working very closely with you, Dina, through my time at Economic Development. And I just want to say to the city that through your partnerships with CSN, Nevada State, and now UNLV, you just constantly, the city is constantly showing that they are engaged in this like perfect Venn diagram of like business, economic development, and then making education a part of that every single step of the way. So I wanted just to acknowledge that because economic development does not happen in a bubble and it does not happen without workforce, and that workforce does not happen without NSHE. And so I just want to say for the record, we're very lucky that our municipalities in the state recognize that. And I want to especially highlight Las Vegas. Also, when you're going on page 8, I really appreciate all the different potential sectors that this will, with the new art museum that's coming downtown with our students in the art department. Obviously with all the courts being really nearby, Boyd and, people in that sector. So I feel like this is just such a good touch point of like such an activity bubble that's happening. And I'm just really grateful for all of this. And I just wanted to say it out loud because, business, workforce, education, that's what we have to be focused on. And that magic piece is obviously education. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez?
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation here. I wanted to just commend UNLV and the city of Las Vegas for being able to put this plan together. This is going to be at the heart of the city of Las Vegas, and I'm proud to also acknowledge that this is within District 1. So I'm incredibly excited to be able to bring our broader community to our great institution at the city of through the city of Las Vegas, and I just want to thank again not only those who presented today, but the city council as well, the continuous investment that they make into our system, into our the citizens of the city of Las Vegas, and to higher education as well.
Thank you. Vice Chair Goodman?
Thank you, Chair. I just think this is very exciting, and I have a special place for downtown, and I just think it's wonderful for us to have a presence there. And I'm just, Dina, thank you for continuing that momentum because downtown wasn't always the way it is now. So it's very exciting that you're doing this work and creating these partnerships. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Carvalho?
Thank you. I'm in full support of this. I just do have some questions regarding the financial aspect of it. Is there any incremental revenue generation that will be derived from this space? And also, well, I'll ask that first.
We do expect, thank you for the question, Regent Carvalho, Chris Heavey. For the record, we do expect some of the continuing education courses offered through lifelong learning to be revenue generating, as well as potentially the cyber clinic and the continuing legal education, et cetera. In the broad scheme of the financial picture, we've accounted for the costs of this lease through the 10 years and are fully comfortable that we have the revenue to support the cost for the duration of the lease. We expect the lease to be 10 years with 2 5-year renewals. So it's our hope that we'll be there for at least 20 years. And we consider it a kind of a great investment, making sure that the resources of the university are available to the community. While I'm commenting on that, I also want to recognize, to make sure I don't forget, Vice President Constance Brooks for Government Affairs, who's been a really lead on this project, as well as our Senior Vice Provost, Kate Corrigan, who have been working very closely with Dina Babsky and making sure that we bring this to life as a vibrant place of UNLV in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to this coming before the board for the vote, and I hope that we'll have a very clear financial picture with that documentation at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much for being here. I don't think there's any other questions. We look forward to, continuing updates and progress of this partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 11, and I'll call on President Alexander to lead that discussion.
Apologies, Chair Brooks. I'll be with you momentarily.
Listen, take your time. I knew this came at you out of nowhere, essentially, right? In terms of trying to move some things forward for efficiency. Thank you very much.
Apologies, Chair Brooks. Is it possible to resume after the lunch break with this one?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move over to agenda item number 12. This is the President Emeritus agenda item for Dr. Karen Hilgerson, and I'll call on Chancellor McNair to please lead that discussion.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. I am here today to recommend approval of item 12, which asks you to grant emeritus status to Dr. Karen Hilgerson, who led Truckee Meadows for 9 years. During her time, she built workforce training programs with Panasonic and Tesla that moved students straight into Northern Nevada's advanced manufacturing economy. She undertook significant efforts to modernize all 4 TMCC campuses, renovating the Learning Commons, opening a new fitness center, and breaking ground on a new performing arts center. Dr. Hilgerson built on significant progress, increasing access for first-generation and low-income students, and helped TMCC earn national recognition as a Green Ribbon School for Sustainability, the first institution in Nevada to do so. With that, I recommend the board grant emeritus status to Dr. Karen Hilgerson.
Thank you. Regent Breger?
I just have a question, not particularly on her, but how is it, I guess just briefly, how is it decided? Is it a number of years? Is there criteria for this or just a desire? Because I don't think we've only done maybe one other one that I can remember just in my 3.5 years. And I meant to ask it last time and it got by me. So I thought I'd just find out if there was criteria and what makes someone be able to have that.
There are criteria. The one that I remember off the top of my head is a minimum of 5 years of service. And I'm not sure if anybody on my staff can remind me of the other criteria, but there definitely are criteria and she met them all.
Okay. 5 years doesn't sound like a long time though. I mean, maybe we should look at that. That's a small part of someone's career to be able to do this. So just not on her, but just on anybody. I think that's just 5 years is like nothing. So anyway, I'd like to see us take that into consideration. Maybe I'll do a new business site.
Thank you. Regent Downs?
Thank you, Chair. Could you go over the list of benefits of receiving the emeritus status? What does it provide for the person? And what are the obligations of NSHE and TMCC in particular?
I will probably ask Council Jimmy Martinez to recite those since I don't have them on the top of my head.
I apologize, but I just have to pull up the policy.
That's okay. Council Martinez, we'll pause just for a second because I think Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski has that ready.
Thank you, Chair. Carrie Nikolajewski, Chief of Staff for the record. I'm reading your policy, which is Title 4, Chapter 3, Section 32, Former presidents granted emeritus status shall be provided office space on campus and attendant privileges. Emeritus status must be recommended by the chancellor and approved by the board.
Thank you.
I guess my follow-up question to that is to Dr. Alexander, do you have spare office space on campus to fulfill that requirement?
Thank you, Regent Downs. President Alexander, for the record. At the moment, we could perhaps find interim space, yes, but the campus master plan very recently identified rather a shortage for many existing staff members. But there are plans to redevelop some of the spaces at the Dandini campus and provide more office space for staff, both current and incoming, anticipated in future years. And I do believe there will be space available in the interim as well as ongoing.
Thank you.
Chair Brooks.
Yes, Regent McGrath.
As a follow-up, Chancellor, I just want to make sure I understand so the financial ramifications for the system are limited to providing office space. Is that correct? Or are there additional financial considerations?
Grant and aid is another benefit, I believe, if Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski might know better than I do.
Carrie Nikolajewski, for the record, I apologize, I do not know that answer. Perhaps we need to throw that one to HR.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know that there are any other questions. It's great to see President Hilgersum with us coming in via Zoom. Good afternoon, President Hilgersum. Your ears must be ringing. And President Alexander, go ahead, President Hilgersum, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say good afternoon, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, and Regents. My name is Karin Hilgersum, former TMCC president, for the record. No, I won't be needing an office. I'm at my lake place right now in Eastern Washington, where I have begun to spend my summers, but Reno will be home. I'm so grateful for my time with TMCC and also grateful for the opportunity to receive the honor of emeritus. Thanks again to those who crafted some beautiful letters of support for this honor. These authors represent some of the best leaders at TMCC and in the Reno Sparks community. And also thank you, Dr. Jeff Alexander, for your kind words. It was always such a joy to work with you, and I'm so happy to see that things continue to rock and roll at TMCC under your leadership. The words of these letters really warmed my heart. I am so humbled. Thus, I respectfully request that you approve emeritus today and look forward to staying connected to the amazing college that is TMCC. I also want to give a special thank you to my former assistant, Melissa Olson, who put the package together and worked hard to craft I think a really solid request for the honor of emeritus for me. Thank you, Melissa. So in closing, thank you, NSHE Regents, Chancellor, and staff for working so hard for students and for the betterment of public higher education. Your work is important. I hope you all enjoy a productive board meeting along with a bright summer, and I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hilgersum, and thank you, President Alexander. I don't know if anybody was picking up on this, but you've been put on the spot twice in a matter of maybe 5 minutes. So thank you very much for your attentiveness and helping us move things along. Thank you. Are there other questions from regents? If not, then I'll ask if there's a regent who'd like to make a motion to approve. There's a motion to approve by Regent Arascata, seconded by Regent Gokachia. Is there any discussion on the matter? I don't see any. All those in favor of granting emeritus status to President Hilgersum, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. There was one no, thank you.
No.
Regent Del Carlo, I think the yeas have it. Congratulations. Oh, I'm sorry, there were 2 nays. The ayes have it. Congratulations, President Hilgersum. And now we'll move back to President Alexander, who is looking forward to more podium time.
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks. I was the victim of 2 paper clips at the same time. They promised us the paperless office. It has not arrived. Good afternoon, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Regents, Chancellor McNair, and she colleagues. My name is Jeffrey Alexander, President of Truckee Meadows Community College, for the record. I come before you today to share even more good news. After a comprehensive outreach process to our employees, students, and community partners, TMCC has developed and approved a revised mission statement. As institutional mission statements appear in the Board of Regents handbook, we therefore seek your approval of our new mission statement and your approval to update the handbook to include it. TMCC is presently developing our new strategic plan for 2027, and our leadership team found it timely to ask our college constituents to also review our mission statement. In spring 2026, we conducted surveys of employees, students, and community partners. We also hosted open forums. Participants were asked whether our current mission should be retained or revised, and if revised, what core themes should define it. The results showed broad support for adopting a new mission statement, as well as clear consensus on the key themes that it should address. After this extensive outreach and thorough review, the final version was approved in April 2026 by the TMCC President's Council. Today, TMCC respectfully requests that the Board of Regents approve our new mission statement, and we further request that you approve a revision to the Board of Regents Handbook Title 4, Chapter 14, Section 5.8 to include our new mission statement, which reads as follows. TMCC is committed to strengthening our community through accessible, innovative education that supports student success, workforce development, and lifelong learning. Thank you, Chair Brooks. I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, President Alexander. Are there any questions for the President regarding this item? Regent Downs?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Regent Downs. Is there a second?
Second, Regent McGrath.
Thank you. So there's a motion by Regent Downs to accept the handbook revision for the institutional mission statement over at TMCC. It was seconded by Regent McGrath. I don't believe that there's any further discussion on this matter. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. Thank you. Thank you for your time, President Alexander. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your
I
patience.
certainly appreciate it. Thank you
for your patience, Chair Brooks.
Thank you. And with that, I think now is a great time to break for lunch. I will ask that this be a quick lunch. This will probably turn into a working lunch for Regents so that we can continue moving on with the agenda items. But we'll break for lunch right now. Thank you very much. All right. Well, listen, thank you for your patience and flexibility with how we're getting things done today. I appreciate it. We're going to move, while we've been skipping around a little bit, we're going to move back to, I'm just making sure that folks are in the room. We're going to move back to agenda item number 8, which is the board chair's report. And before I initiate the board chair's report, I just want to make sure that Renee Davis is in the room. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. That's outstanding. Well, listen, I don't believe that there is a thing called too much acknowledgement when somebody has served in the capacity that Renee has served and done some of the fantastic things that she's done that have contributed substantially to the state of Nevada in higher education. And with that, I want to present Renee on behalf of the board a acknowledgement framed certificate, and I'd like to read that for you all now prior to presenting that to her. So that way she's not standing. All right. Thank you. So this is a certificate of appreciation and careful recognition of distinguished service and leadership presented to Renee Davis. The Board of Regents of the Nevada System of Higher Education hereby extend its deepest gratitude and admiration to Renee Davis in recognition of her exceptional career in service to students, institutions, and the people of Nevada. Over the course of her distinguished career, she brought vision, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to expanding opportunity across every corner of the Silver State. Her lasting contributions include championing the Next Steps Nevada initiative, leading a landmark statewide reform of mathematics instruction to create stronger, more relevant pathways, including the launch of a new general education statistics and data science pathway, ensuring Nevada students are equipped for an evolving workforce. modernizing mathematics placement policies and expanding core requisite support statewide, enabling students to enroll directly in college-level coursework and dramatically improve access to credential completion. She was part of advancing financial aid leadership and access efforts to the statewide level, strengthening FAFSA outreach and financial aid programming, including resources for foster youth through the Fostering Success Initiative. She guided the development and review of academic programs across the state, ensuring Nevada's institutions remain responsive to the education needs and economic aspirations of the communities they serve. She oversaw system-wide transfer and articulation policy, smoothing student pathways between NSHE institutions to reduce barriers to degree completion for Nevada's diverse student population, and serving as a voting member of the National Association of State Student Grant and Aid Programming, bringing Nevada's voice to national conversation on student financial access. And what I will say before I conclude this is that this could have been several pages long in terms of the bullet points that Renee has accomplished very specifically to higher education, access, and development for students. I was trying to condense a lot of years of work into one certificate, and it was extraordinarily challenging, and that's a testament to Renee Davis and her outstanding service to the state. Her legacy is written in the lives of students whose paths were made clearer and in a higher education system made stronger by her steady, principled leadership. Nevada is better because of her service. We sincerely appreciate and wish you the best in your future endeavors. Please come on up, Renee. I didn't want to make you stand next to me while I read this. Thank you. This is the certificate. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you've done. This is the type of applause I think that you deserve. For sure. And what I'd like to do is invite Regents together. If you'd like to grab a group photo with Renee, yeah? And maybe we can,
All right, where do you want this?
wherever, heck, we don't, maybe we can do it right here. And hey, Ryan, do you want to get in the middle of this island?
Okay,
And
he's on it.
because you keep gaining weight, Joe. Oh, get wherever you like, and if you want to grab a piece of this, come on in. Is everybody in? Do you want to grab a piece of this?
Sure.
This is for you.
Joe's coming behind me. Slide in behind me.
Susan, you're not behind, no
You wanna
offense.
go
You're
right
a
here?
short,
Yeah.
you're a short queen.
I'll get up here someplace.
I'm almost
close.
as tall as Joe.
Close to all those good-looking women.
You there? There. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you again, Renee.
Brody doesn't mess
Thanks
around.
for-
That's
I
one.
really appreciate it. Great job. All right, thank you again, Renee. And we'll now move to agenda item number 10. This is the institutional performance metrics for Nevada University. And thank you, President Sandoval, for leading this off. Prior to that, I just have one administrative note. There was a lost credit card for Brian Atkins. If there's a Brian Atkins in the room who is down one credit card, please see the board staff table and they will provide that card to you. Right, I'm sure there's several folks who would like to be Brian for a moment, right? Okay. Oh, he's from CSN. So I thought you were kidding. Like, hey, I'll grab the card. Yeah, exactly. All right, thank you, President. Thank you, President Sandoval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor, and colleagues. For the record, my name is Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno, home of the Wolfpack. So thank you for the opportunity to share our 2026 university metrics with you today, and I'd like to begin by recognizing the university's students, faculty, and staff, their resilience, innovation, and commitment to continue to move our institution forward. Because of their work, and you will see this in this presentation, the university is delivering measurable impact for our students, communities, and the state of Nevada. They are truly the heartbeat of our university, and in my humble opinion, they're one of the finest groups I've ever had the opportunity to work with. So they represent the very best of Nevada, and you will see that as I go through these slides. So first, some distinctions. The university continues to be recognized nationally for excellence and impact. We maintained our Carnegie R1 classification, placing us among the nation's top research universities. The university is also recognized as one of the top 10, or the community is recognized as one of the top 10 best college towns in America, number 8. So we were pretty excited about that. A reflection of both the strength of the institution and the vibrant community that surrounds it. Additional recognitions come from U.S. News and World Report, Times Higher Education, and the New York Times College Access. We're also proud of our recognition as a Hispanic serving institution, and that's something that we've been working toward for a very long time, reinforcing our mission and access and opportunity. So moving on to enrollment. Enrollment growth remains strong and strategic. For fall 2025, total enrollment reached approximately 24,000 students, including more than 20,200 undergraduates. This represents continued growth driven by undergraduate expansion and sustained graduate enrollment. This trajectory reflects intentional investments in recruitment, access, and program development aligned with our Wolfpack Rising strategic plan. In the meantime, our fall 2026 enrollment is holding steady and remain optimistic about another growth year. Student diversity. Our campus continues to diversify in meaningful ways. In fall 2025, approximately 53.7% of our students identify as non-white, with growing representation among Hispanic, Latino, multiracial, and first-generation students. This progress reflects our commitment to receiving a federal minority serving institution designation, Hispanic serving institution status, and reinforces our legacy of expanding educational access across Nevada. Pell and access. We are serving more students than ever before who need financial aid. In 2025, 31.9% of our undergraduate students are Pell eligible, a notable increase from past years. Programs like Pac Promise Plus and the generosity of our donors continue to remove financial barriers, ensuring that cost is not an obstacle to earning a degree at our university. Dual credit growth. One of the most significant areas of growth is dual credit. In fall 2025, over 4,000 unique students, or more than 20% of undergraduate headcount, were dual credit students compared to virtually none a decade ago. Starting from 2 high schools in Las Vegas, we now serve 38 high schools throughout the state, offering 40 different courses. And these numbers will continue to grow in the fall. While not on this chart, our Collegiate Academy enrollment for academic year 25-26 is over 7,700 unique students, bringing our total students served to over 16,800. Over the past 5 years, total dual credit enrollment has expanded dramatically from fewer than 500 students in 2022 to nearly 6,500 unique students in the last academic year. I'm also proud to announce, and this was a really big announcement, and you should have gotten a Regents alert on this, but that after having gone a rigorous self-study and the required peer review process, the University of Nevada, Reno Collegiate Academy program is now accredited by the National Alliance of Concurrent Enrollment Partnerships, NSHE. Thank you. And this is interesting. The University of Nevada's Collegiate Academy program is one of 136 programs at 132 institutions in 27 states that is nationally accredited that is a nationally accredited dual credit program. So we're in very good company. This achievement reflects years of dedicated leadership and excellence in the university. I do want to call a couple people out, extend my sincere gratitude to our provost, Provost Thompson, who I think is in the audience today, and our Vice Provost for Undergraduate Education, Dr. David Shintani, and Assistant Vice Provost for University Dual Credit Initiatives, Joe Nanini, as well as Michael Flores, who've all put an amazing amount of work and the teams behind them to get us to this incredible day. Persistent, yeah. Persistence. Student persistence remains a core strength for us. Our recent data shows 85+% persistent rates for full-time students remaining strong and stable over time. While these reported persistent rates for students that stay within NSHE, our student retention rate of those that choose to stay at our university are also holding steady at around 80%. We attribute this success to intentional student-centered investments, including what you've all heard about, Nevada Fit, the Digital Wolfpack Initiative, first-generation advising programs, Nevada Online, comprehensive academic and wellness support. But even with these retention rates such as these, I have charged Dr. Heather Speed, Vice President for Student Services, who's with us today, to craft a retention campaign in collaboration with the individual schools across campus that not only addresses freshman to sophomore retention, but encompasses the full university life cycle. Retention efforts are needed not only for undergraduate students, but also graduate students. That is why in the next legislative session, we will be asking the governor and the legislature to increase funding for the Knowledge Fund. And I will say this as a personal aside, I wish I had thought about this a few years ago, but these funds will be used to increase graduate assistant stipends, support 40 fellowships, and increase faculty research and faculty retention and recruitment, all vital pieces to graduate recruitment and retention. And I look forward to working with my colleagues across NSHE to make this a reality. Caring for the pack. We know that student success extends beyond the classroom. Our students aren't a number in a seat. They are members of the Wolfpack family. That being said, we continue to invest in academic support, physical health, and student belonging. Services such as tutoring, advising, counseling, pack provisions, and more than 250 student organizations are resources critical to maintaining strong retention and ensuring students thrive holistically. I look forward to sharing with you all in the future presentations about strategies that we intend to implement to strengthen our retention. Affordable housing, and you've heard a little bit about this from me and from the university before. We're also addressing one of the region's most pressing challenges, housing affordability. Through University Village, local property acquisitions, and partnerships like 600 University Way, we are expanding access to affordable housing for students, faculty, and staff. These efforts strengthen recruitment, retention, and overall campus vitality. Graduation rates. Thank you to those who were able to attend the graduation ceremonies on the quad. It's always a glorious day, and it is the best time of year on our campus. Such a happy day, but graduation rates remain strong and competitive. Our most recent 6-year graduation rate is approximately 60%, consistent with peer institutions and reflecting long-term gains over the past decade. I'm hopeful with these retention strategies that we intend to implement that our graduation rates will increase that much more and be a positive outcome for Nevada's workforce. When compared to aspirational peers, the University of Nevada is performing competitively, reinforcing the effectiveness of our current student success strategies. However, we are working to close the gap between us and our peer and aspirational institutions in future years. With regard to closing those achievement gaps, we're really excited about this one. Graduation rates for first-generation students now match the overall institutional rate at approximately 60%, demonstrating significant progress. Our investment in the First Generation Student Center has been pivotal to closing this achievement gap, and this data set is a powerful indicator that our targeted First Generation Student Success programs are working. So you see where that yellow line is crossing with that white line. That truly is something to celebrate. Outcomes and completions. Outcome measures showed marked improvement in student progress and completion deadlines, including for Pell eligible students. The difference between Pell and non-Pell student outcomes is negligible, demonstrating the success of our current programs while still indicating opportunity for improvement. While the number of degree completers has declined slightly in recent years, reflecting earlier enrollment trends, the university expects this to reverse as enrollment continues to grow. The number of degrees or certificates awarded between our comparison and aspirational peers varies significantly, as you can see on that graph, largely due to the difference in student population and the awards offered. So I think this is important. For example, you'll see Utah State and Colorado State, they both each offer and award associate's degrees, which kind of changes those numbers. And also in the same academic year for some of these comparison institutions, the student populations of our comparison institutions that are there range from 26,000 to 38,000 students when we're at about 23,000 students. So that again has an effect proportionally. But if you did look proportionally and compared us in that way, the university graduates approximately 20% of our student population annually compared to approximately 22 to 25% of the others. So again, there is room for improvement, and that is where that retention and graduation strategy is going to move forward. So increasing our enrollment and retaining our students will help with this data gap, and both areas are where the university is making great efforts to address. The value of a degree, and I know that's a question that is the subject of national news and a lot of questions, but a degree from our university delivers clear economic value, not just for individuals, but for the state. In a study conducted for our university by Lightcast, we learned that graduates with a bachelor's degree earn $31,800 more annually than high school graduates, with even greater returns for advanced degrees. So obviously, delivering on our land-grant mission, a University of Nevada degree provides our students and their families with a significant return on investment and a critical contribution to Nevada's workforce. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm in the right place. So let's talk a little bit about research. Our research enterprise continues to make a difference. In 2025, research expenditures reached $195.5 million, the fifth consecutive record year and more than double since 2013. This level of growth speaks to both scale and efficiency, with per faculty expenditures exceeding $324,000. So our work is nationally competitive and aligned with Nevada and the nation's priority areas, and we continue to make strategic investments in research and learning infrastructure. We're really proud of that, and I know Dr. Myrtle Gotham, who is here from Research and Innovation, and I really want to applaud him and his team and our faculty for what they do. Research citations, and this is another something that we're really proud of. But at the same time, faculty research impact is expanding significantly, with more than 739,000 citations in 2025, reflecting growing global influence. So clearly our research enterprise is strong, advancing discovery, supporting industry partnerships, and addressing critical challenges facing our state. We'll move on to capital investment. The university continues to make strategic investments in our physical campus. Our current capital portfolio totals more than $356 million in active and planned projects, including the Nevada State Health Laboratory, which I would encourage you, if I had a good arm, I could hit it with a rock, but you guys could drive by it, and we hope to see that completed in October. The Field House and Turf Project, again, it's right across the way. If you take a 3-minute walk, you'll see it, and it is moving along very quickly. The Fleshman Planetarium renovations, the Tusher Gate, and the Life Sciences Building. These projects expand capacity, improve infrastructure, and support long-term growth. They reflect the confidence our donors and partners have in the university's mission and future. And more than anything, it is a physical manifestation of the growing impact the university is having on our region, state, and the nation. Staffing, and I know this has been the topic of some conversations here before all of you. So our workforce remains diverse and dynamic. It's important to note that these pie charts account for FTE, which is based on hours worked and not head count. Our actual employment numbers in terms of individuals are higher than what these charts suggest. And as I said in my metrics presentation from last year, this distinction is important when considering the university's full operational scope and its impact on workforce and student engagement. For example, the preponderance of academic faculty are 0.75 FTE, thus our faculty numbers look lower when viewed as FTE than headcount of academic faculty employed. And importantly, a significant portion of our staffing, more than half, and this is if you listen closely, is supported by non-state funding sources. So over half of our faculty and our staffing is supported by non-state funding sources, including grants, student fees, and philanthropy. So this diversified model allows us to expand impact while maintaining fiscal responsibility. Philanthropy. Philanthropy continues to be a major strength for us. We have sustained historically strong fundraising momentum with FY 2025 contributions exceeding $75 million. And while that is surely impressive, I have another fantastic announcement to make. And under the leadership of our Vice President, Tracy Ostrom, and her team, I don't know if Tracy is here. She's very modest, I guess. But our university advancement team has had a record-breaking year, surpassing $100 million in philanthropic support in fiscal year 2026. Yeah. So it's actually $104 million, raised through over 2,500 gifts. Alumni, donors, and community partners are directly investing in student access, faculty excellence, and programs that strengthen Nevada's economy, public health, and workforce. These transformational gifts continue to fuel our long-term trajectory, and I'm so proud of our team, and I'm deeply grateful for the generosity of our donors and community partners, our Wolfpack family. Accreditation, NWCCU. Our accreditation remains strong and on track. All NWCCU recommendations are in compliance and improving, with one fully resolved. We look ahead to our mid-cycle review in October 2026, confident in our continued progress. Building a legacy. So nearly 152 years ago, our institution was founded on the notion that access to a public education for all Nevadans was needed if our state was to ascend from its early statehood. And I've said this many times, this was perhaps Nevada's best idea and what has come to pass, and that has proven to be true over time, as it went from our university and grew to this NSHE family that we all have. And as we look ahead, our priorities remain clear. Growing the Wolfpack family through enrollment, academic innovation, and athletics, improving retention and graduation rates, building a vibrant campus through strategic investment and infrastructure, and engaging with government and community through partnerships and advocacy. So in conclusion, I'm going to be right on time, Mr. Chair. The 152-year impact that this university has made on the state, nation, and world, told today through these many data points, tells a compelling story. The university is growing in numbers, impact, and reputation like never before. This is a historic moment in a long university history, and I'm very proud of the work that our people are doing. We're expanding access, strengthening student success, increasing research impact, and delivering measurable value to the state of Nevada. We remain deeply committed to our mission as Nevada's original land-grant university, preparing students, advancing knowledge, and driving economic opportunity. We are the gateway, the silver and blue gateway, through which all of Nevada can walk to find what the future holds for our entire state. And so to you, Regents, Chancellor, and fellow NSHE institutional presidents, thank you for your continued support and partnership. Your leadership makes all of this possible. So thank you, and go Pack, and right on the nose with the money.
That's right, President Sandoval, good job. Thank you for the data, and thank you for hitting it right at the minute mark. Are there regents with questions or comments specific to the metrics report? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, there is one. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. You mentioned the Knowledge Fund. That perked my ears because every session I try and help get more funding, we see it never really goes anywhere. But you mentioned maybe asking towards grad assistant stipends in the Knowledge Fund. That sounds really interesting. And can you tell a little bit more about that? Because I feel like that might be something that's appealing for the legislature.
Yeah, of course. And Mr. Chair, to you and through you to Regent Brown. So I created the Knowledge Fund, and the intent was to catalyze startups and those types of things. And as you know, because of your expertise, Regent Brown, the funding for the Knowledge Fund has decreased, and we've had a difficult time explaining to the university, connecting the dots, the return on that investment. And so it came to me that why wouldn't we invest directly in our graduate students and be able to increase their stipends because of the challenges that we're having? Attracting graduate students is very competitive, and right now, we need to do better. And we've heard from our graduate students. Also, retaining the faculty, that help with our graduate students and where they work together. So many times, and you heard me talk about all this research. We're in a record year, but we're constantly having to fend off other universities that are trying to recruit and frankly poach our faculty. And sometimes, many times we retain them, but we have to, provide them an equal package. And then similarly, to be able to have the resources, the equipment in our labs and such, all of those things come together. And I think they would be the perfect, amazing investment from that Knowledge Fund into each one of our universities. I'm sure President Heavey would agree with me and the other institutional presidents, but this would be an amazing way to keep Nevada's best right here and continue to improve our standing as research universities.
Yeah, Regent Brown, for the record, I couldn't agree more. I actually think, the Knowledge Fund is one of those rare things that it is a 10x return. Every dollar we put in, we get 10x out of it. Like it has broken my heart every year when they cut it down more and more and more, because it's so good for our state. And I do think that, when it comes to research, when it comes to our grad students, and so I'll point to the grad students, the chairs out there, you need to come to the legislature next year with us. You need to be the ones advocating for this. We need you at the podium when we talk about it in committee, because I know, President Acharya is there. We've got GoEd representation. I know I've come, but this to me is a direct line to something that can really scale and grow, and we can see a direct effect of it. So I hope you guys can commit to come, because I do think this is something that will be helpful to you, but helpful to our institutions and helpful to our state in the long run, for sure. So thank you. I really appreciate you sharing that, because I do think that's something, it definitely got me excited. I do want to go to page 3 when we talk about enrollment. And I understand that the asterisk down there says it includes dual enrollment, but I'm pretty sure we've sat in this room when we've talked about, we want to see the two different numbers, because there's percentages in the rest of this. And when I go to, I think it's slide 7. Yeah, slide 7, it talks about dual credit enrollment, and I don't know if that's 6,400, almost 6,500 students, individual students. And so if I doubt, is that 6,500 students? So then should I come back up here and subtract that from the 20,200?
No, and Mr. Chair, through you to Regent Brown, the answer is yes, but I anticipated this question, but we have to present this slide the way that we're told to by
then
you all.
I guess I'll be happy to talk to, because we've talked through this, and it's not, I want to know both numbers. I want to celebrate both numbers, right? But I also need to be able to take a real look at, you know, because we've talked about if a building comes online, the other things that have to be included in that, right? And if we have differential fees, where's that coming from? It's going to be more expensive for each and every student if there's less students paying for the cost of running things. And I think that we just have to know. So maybe I'll be happy to talk offline with the chancellor, just because I know I can go to our website and see the two different numbers. I just would like to see, maybe it's a third color on here, right? Because when I look at this, is it 20,200 minus the 6,494?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and that's why this other slide is in here. But again, we'll do it any way you like. We're not trying to obfuscate or mislead anything. I mean, we're really proud of our on-campus student population, and we're very proud of the growth that we've seen for our dual credit, which, as you can see, has gone from 400 and something to 6,000 and something, and then from 6,000 and something to 7,700 this
Yeah,
year.
I mean, it's huge year over year. You're talking 1,800 difference, which is, I'm not going to say delta because you're bingo back there. It's 1,800 difference, which is huge. I also want to be able to take a snapshot and understand where actual enrollment here on campus, because I know this is a couple years ago, we were in the system office in the South, right? I still want to get a better understanding of dual enrollment in general. How many of those students have a less than a 3.0 GPA, which you and I have talked about this. We realize sometimes students in their freshman year didn't accelerate as much as they needed to. And by the time they get to their junior and senior year, they're much more focused on other things. No doubt. I just want to know how many of those people have less than a 3.0 GPA, because technically they can't matriculate to UNR without some type of exception. And I know we've talked about, that exceptions are made, but I don't know how many exceptions are made and then how many actually matriculate. And I just think I've had those questions since I think since I probably early when I became a regent, and I still want to know those things so we can actually understand the impact of this program, understand what we're doing. And quite frankly, I don't know how we sell it to the legislature without knowing all of these pieces as well. Because I think at some point, they're going to ask for, has this been successful? How many of these people have to go? How many of our students matriculate and have to take any type of remedial classes, right? I don't know if they're doing it or not. Because I don't know, I have to ask the question. And so I'd like to maybe even, I'll save it for new business maybe. I just would like to deal with
No,
that.
and Mr. Chair, to you and through to Regent Brown, we'll be happy to share all that information, and you should have gotten a pamphlet that provides even more information. There's a 1-pager and then there's like a 5-pager, which is the annual report for our dual credit programs. And I think you realize that we don't decide who takes those classes. It's the high school campuses that decide, and they do an assessment of each and every student to determine whether they're ready to take a college course. So we're very careful about who is allowed to enroll in those classes.
Yeah, and Regent Brown for the record, and I understand that. I'm just saying if I'm a student that has a 2.5 GPA and I get selected by my school, because again, you and I have talked about this, had a rough freshman year, got it together sophomore year, ready to go junior year. But then I graduate with a 2.75 GPA. Technically, they can't come here. They don't qualify. Are we making an exception? And if we are making an exception, how many exceptions are we making? Do they actually matriculate, and are they staying, right? Like, I do think all of that is important to understand the effectiveness of the program.
Yeah, and we are assessing that, Regent Brown, but we also, just like all the other institutions, we have a special admit process where we look at each student individually and what they've done and what their background is and make that determination as to whether they're admissible. That alone is not the only factor that we look at.
Yeah. Well, Regent Brown, for the record, I know that I have been told that. I just have never seen any data behind. And of those, we admitted X number of percentage stayed. They're on track to graduate in 3 years or whatever, right? And I just think to understand the effectiveness of the program overall, we've got to close the loop on that. And so I know I've asked for it. I know we're still developing and we're still testing and we're still figuring out what's working. But I would, and like I said, maybe I'll save it for new business.
Yeah, and we do have data, and this is me looking at this pamphlet, but my recollection is 59% of our dual credit students are matriculating on to not just our institution, but every institution in the state, CSN, UNLV, TMCC, all of them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, President Sandoval, we have a few more questions. Sorry about that. We're going to go to Regent Arriscata, then Vice Chair Goodman, and then Regent Downs. Thank you.
I was going to do a quick pass because you just answered my question to that. Of that 6,500 dual enrollment students, you said 59% matriculate to NSHE campuses?
Yeah.
I don't have my folder open.
It's 59% enroll in a post-secondary institution after graduation. So I can't do that much math, but 57% attend R1 research universities.
From the sound of it to me, it seems like there's a great benefit to dual enrollment here in the state of Nevada.
Yeah.
Especially for the NSHE system. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. You know, I would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge $100 million in fundraising plus. That's a big deal. And I mean, this is Reno and it's Northern Nevada, and it's very impressive that you've done that. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Downs for the record. In reference to page or slide number, page 4, we talk about the HSI status and so on. Is that with or without the dual enrollment numbers?
That is without.
Without, okay. But what is it with the dual enrollment numbers?
It'd be much higher.
Thank
So
you.
again, Mr. Chair, through to Regent Downs, there is, and I'm not saying you implied this, but we don't try to inflate anything. So that HSI status and the criteria is your on-campus students. But and I think there's a statistic in here about the number of Hispanic students that are in the dual credit program.
Are you not allowed to include the dual enrollment students in your HSI calculations?
Yeah, and I don't have my readers on, but it's 37% of our enrollment in dual credit are Hispanic.
Okay.
So the answer to your other question, I don't know if whether or not we're allowed to include it or not, but it's kind of, it doesn't matter because for on campus, we're above the 25%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Breger.
Thank you. Susan Breger for the record. I want a little bit off of what Regent Brown said, because I think when we hear about the 2.5 or less and moving them, I think our universities, the 3 that we have, are great. I'm going to say this, and I hope it's going to come out right. I really think we should be instilling in those students that we have amazing CSNs and northern campuses that they should be going to. And the reason is they get to you eventually, I think. And I've seen that in many cases, even when I was a trustee. I think that instead of pushing a student, and I don't mean you, by the way, I'm talking about the system. Instead of pushing a student through and they struggle and don't feel that elation of improving their education, I think we should be encouraging them to say, for this first year, we have some amazing academic programs for you that would help you and make you a better student as you move on through the system. And I hope we're looking at that, because I don't always hear that from, this is a global conversation, not about UNR, excuse me. And I think that we need to broaden our CSNs, all of our community type and area campuses for students to know that they can continue to excel, but in a much different environment that meets their needs. And I hope that as a board, we would look at that and instill that within our high schools so that students have viable ways to get to where they're going.
Yeah. And Mr. Chair, through to Regent Breger, couldn't agree more. And if you look at this graph, 394 of the graduates from the collegiate academies have matriculated onto CSN. I think it's fantastic.
It's
And
just so amazing because, so go there for 2 years, you get all this dynamic help and maybe a better grade point average, and then go on to your university at that point in time. And it's really kind of a filter of a positive situation. And some offer more and some offer less, but I just feel like it's important for the board to really maybe reevaluate how we look at some of that. So not on you, but on us.
understood. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sandoval. We appreciate your time and the report. And
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
we'll now move on to agenda item number 13. This is the first, sorry, Regent Boylan.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I apologize for stopping you right in the middle there. All I wanted to say really was thank you to President Sandoval. I've heard great things about Reno for a long time now, and thank you for putting this on for all of us. I'm not there, and I didn't hear my own voice today, so I figured I must say something. President Sandoval, I'm always impressed with your cool demeanor. When I grow up, I'm going to be like you in speaking terms, at least. How to speak under pressure. I might need your help when we get to Article 15, Agenda Item 15. So that's all I wanted to say is I'm always impressed with you and I always hear such good things, and especially about you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for being our president there. That's all. Thank you.
Mr.
You're
Chair,
dismissed.
Mr.
No,
Chair,
thank
to
you.
Regent Boylan,
Okay.
thank you. That means a lot. I really
Yes, sir.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now we'll move on to agenda item number 13, and I'll ask President Klippenstein to please lead us in this agenda item.
Certainly, Chair Brooks, members of the board, Stacy Klippenstein, the proud president of the College of Southern Nevada. For the record, I'm here today to request your approval for a First Amendment to our cooperative campus development agreement with the City of Las Vegas for our Northwest campus. We further request that the Chancellor be granted authority to execute the First Amendment and any ancillary documents and non-material amendments necessary to implement the terms and conditions of the First Amendment. As you all may recall, CSNs in our Northwest campus, we have the BLM property back in 2018, we received the patent. Then it was amended in 2020. With clarity around the completion in 12 years, that's 2032. Our original cooperative agreement with the City of Las Vegas, we are bringing this amendment forward to at least mirror the 2032 commitment with the City of Las Vegas. So this cooperative agreement now will be updated with the right dates and so forth, so they run mirror with one another. Again, the BLM property and the City of Las Vegas cooperative agreement. So we're just asking today, as this moves forward, for the Chancellor to be able to enter into this agreement and any other ancillary documents within the amendment. Mr. Chair, I stand for any questions.
Vice Chair is here.
Vice Chair Goodman, I stand for any questions.
No, thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the board? Go ahead, anyone? Regent Del Carlo?
I just have a comment. This is really needed, and I know it's got a big price tag, but you know what? Our state's growing. We're really lucky that we're not shrinking like a lot of states, and I don't know where they get the water down south, but it's growing, and this campus is really needed. So I hope we're successful with what you're proposing, and we had our conversation on the phone, but I hope you're pursuing every avenue you can pursue, and with all the wealthy folks down south, I would hope there'd be some big naming rights and that kind of stuff too. I know this is going to be tough going into this session with the economy the way it is, but this is really needed. And if we really care, I mean, I'll say this to the legislators about our state and our future, we got to do this. We got to bite the bullet and do it. So I'm very supportive.
Chair Brooks, Stacy Klippenstein for the record, Regent Del Carlo. Agree. Thank you very much. And the one thing I just have to say, I know earlier today was public comment from Randy Robeson from the city of Las Vegas, but this collaboration with the city of Las Vegas has been outstanding, as you all know, and you've even heard today with its work with UNLV, with the downtown, our work with the Wetsies, the Etsies, the Metsies, later on the Swetsies, as I said before, whatever this all grows out to. But and then you take North Las Vegas with what it's done with Nevada State, and it's continued to work with us with our Cheyenne campus or North Las Vegas campus. I've just been very impressed with the city of Las Vegas stepping up to continue to support us and having this agreement along with them then here soon, doing an agreement at the city council. It just shows that they continue to value higher education in Northwest Las Vegas. Thank you.
I just have a follow-up to that, because I know, isn't it 60 million for the infrastructure on this? About?
Mr. Chair, Regent Del Carlo, Stacy Klippenstein for the record. Yes, it's roughly, I'm going to give it between 50 and 60 million for the infrastructure. We talk about that utilities and so forth, offsite to onsite. That's about 10 million. Everything from the parking lots, to the sidewalks, to the lighting, to the utilities, everything run there. It's a big price tag because of it's virgin property. Right. So yeah, that's a big part of the project. The project itself is 60,000 square feet. Again, it's about 58.1 million from our last estimate from Public Works for the building. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments? Vice Chair Goodman?
Thank you, Chair. You know what, I'm super excited about this, and you know what I'm going to say, but I love that we were able to sit down and have a conversation and just maybe evolve this a little bit so that it can really be something that the legislature is excited about. And we know that this is a great project, but why not make it the best of the best in the West, right? And so I think that that's really where we're going with this project. And it's not just going to be another campus. It's going to be something that's really going to be outstanding and a jewel for our state. So I'm very excited with our recent conversations with the city of Las Vegas, and thank you for being open to this and your team being open. And this is, I just think it's going to be a really wonderful project. And as you know, I'm very excited. So thank you thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Vice Chair Goodman, yes, your excitement about it is infectious, so thank you very, very much. We had a great opportunity, as also mentioned earlier in public comment, with Chancellor McNair, with Regent Goodman, and also City Councilwoman Alan Plinsky having a really, really good dialogue about what should the future of this project look like. So here you have the City of Las Vegas very energized around the opportunity to expand not only what we currently do with our Law Enforcement Training Academy in that area, which would be one half of this constructed project, but how do we make that the best in the country, and also connect that in with our build out of that campus location with other areas around public safety, public health, community health, and connecting all of those together so any officer, anybody in public safety steps out from our programs and so forth, they are so well prepared that they are the best in the nation, best in the world. And there's great opportunity to build and engage in that concept. And I think this first building really lays the foundation for that concept to grow. So I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, President Klippenstein. Are there any other questions or comments? I don't see any, so I'd ask for a motion.
Regent Batista with the motion to approve the First Amendment to Cooperative Campus Development Agreement.
Thank you, Regent Batista. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Regent Goodman.
So we have a motion to approve by Regent Batista for the First Amendment to Cooperative Campus Development, the agreement, and seconded by Vice Chair Goodman.
And Chair Brooks, just jumping in, Chris Nielsen, your special counsel. Would the motion also include granting authority to the Chancellor to execute any ancillary documents and non-material amendments?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So we'll have that read into the motion, that the motion is to approve the First Amendment to Cooperative Campus Development, including the Chancellor being able to sign off on ancillary contracts or anything that's associated with this project as it moves forward, specific to the First Amendment for the project. Is the second still stand?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I think we have everything buttoned up legally, President Klippenstein, and we're ready to move forward on this. All those in favor of moving this forward and approving this, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who approve or disapprove, please signify by saying no or nay. Thank you very
Great,
much.
thank you.
We appreciate your time. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 15. This is the Campus Police and Public Safety Functions Assessment Report. And I'd like to call on Chief General Counsel Martinez to kick us off with this agenda item. Thank you.
Afternoon, Regents. Jimmy Martinez for the record. As you know, this is the item coming forward per board policy. NSHE police departments are required to undergo an external evaluation at least every 5 years. The last external evaluation was done by the International Association for Campus Law Enforcement Administrators, which is referred to as ICLEA. They conducted the last one in 2018. The chancellor has retained them to do this one as well. The purpose of the external evaluations per policy is to assure that the police departments and their employees are operating in an appropriate and efficient manner. So the representatives today from ICLEA are James Nowojcik and Michael Parks. I will let them introduce themselves and give a brief introduction on their background. But before I turn it over, I did want to point out that the specific action that's being requested of the board today is not anything specific to implementation, even though you'll hear about recommendations and implementation plans. What the action that's being requested today is to accept the report and also to direct the chancellor to bring back an agenda item with those specific recommendations and an implementation plan. So that'll give us time to work with the external consultant and bring a more fully vetted plan forward for your consideration. So with that, I will turn it over to the ICLEA representatives.
Good afternoon, Mike Parks, Executive Director, University of Texas System Police, being hired by ICLEA, is a nonprofit law enforcement group of 4,000 members that are the leaders in university policing and public safety. We're pleased to be here and excited to share this report with all of you. So we're going to walk through the presentation overview of the assessment. The purpose was an independent system-wide assessment of NSHE at not only all of our campuses, but looking at the northern and southern commands. Conducted under the authority of the Board of Regents policy, but also working with our campus leaders, our executive staff, your presidents. We appreciate the candor in which they provided, the help and support as we looked in fairly and with much balance to understand what are the greatest needs of this project. Phase one, we looked at our Southern Command, assessing that, on-site visits. Phase two, we're looking at Northern Command. For those that don't know, the Northern Command was formed years before, and the Southern Command came years after. So we evaluated where they were today, how far they have come, but also where they may need to go, what they might need to lean into. And then the $1 million question that we were asked, the feasibility of a statewide commissioner model, somebody that reports to the chancellor's office that the chiefs then report to. Not to spoil the end, but we are not recommending that, and we will tell you why we are not recommending it at this time. So the findings overall, what we see, there has been and will be and continue to be meaningful progress towards a consolidated campus policing. We see that the leadership, the professionalism, and the shared services, have they improved? Absolutely. You have two very well-run organizations as well, and we are seeing the progress that they have made. But what we also see is there are core challenges that are really operational and not necessarily structural. So the primary risk relate to staffing, governance clarity, and where those implementation gaps lie. So when we look at each individual command, the strength, improved leadership, effectiveness, and organizational direction, the increased or enhanced professionalism, coordination, collaboration. But we also look at the shared services model that they do have, integration of technology, training, dispatch, investigations, and improving capacity in the Southern Command. Some of the challenges that we've seen, because they have only been consolidated for a shorter time, the MOUs amongst our presidents they remain incomplete at some campuses. The funding and service expectations and some of the accountability is unclear. And one of the consistent themes is the price we pay, the value that we receive has to be looked at. And then the rotational deployment does limit the officer visibility, the partnerships that they would have on a campus. And what I mean by rotational deployment, it's not the same officers working at the same location every single day. They rotate around, so looking at the partnerships that could exist as well. And then the communication and transparency gaps, they do still exist. However, they are, and they have been, improving. We get to the Northern Command. Certainly more mature, more robust, more refined because of the amount of time in which they've had this integrated consolidation model. The MOUs that are in place are better understood amongst the universities. The accessibility and leadership and command staff, and they appeared from our assessment that they have stronger campus relationships because they've had more time to develop those relationships. But as we see across the nation and here, staffing levels oftentimes are insufficient. Recruiting is a challenge. Or the geographic distance between the Northern Command and a location, or the locations in which they have to police. And that goes to the rural satellite campuses because we don't have, and you do not have officers at every location. However, working with your chiefs and your partners to be able to help advocate for scheduling and assistance with deciding what resources go where. But we also look at the prior inequitable service. One of our Great Basin College identified, and we know there is work being done in that area, as a system level risk, the staffing or the absence of no police services. However, having police services with MOUs with the county or local responders. Continued concerns about accountability and consistency. So findings, if you look at our system-wide, staffing levels do not align with the campus needs or risk profiles. Part of it is recruiting, and they're making significant headway in recruiting. Service delivery models sometimes can be inconsistent across some of our campuses, not all of the campuses. The governance and funding structures, they do lack uniform and clarity. One of the examples provided, when we hire an officer for this location, we have to go through that process. If I go to another location, albeit they're all in the Northern or Southern Command, there are multiple HR departments, there's multiple rules and processes and policies, and that sometimes can delay some of that recruiting. And then the technology, capabilities vary significantly by institution. If we want to co-locate all of these services to one location, you can understand the infrastructure and cost challenges that is expected, and significant work and dollars have been, from our understanding, put in place to help with that. They are certainly on the right path. There are other things that need to be considered by the board in the technology space. And there are perceptions of inequity, and it does, and we saw, undermines the trust and system credibility. Jim?
Thank you, Mike. Mr. Chair, Regents, Chancellor, Presidents, and Executive Staff. On behalf of our team, I'd like to thank you for the ability to present our recommendations to help enhance your system. As Mike said and stole my thunder, a statewide commissioner is not recommended at this time, but we have a plan to get you there if you choose to. Part of the reason we said that, as Mike said, is primary issue is operational. It's not a structural issue. It's how we do the day-to-day business in our police departments. And adding a commissioner isn't going to resolve the staffing issues or the implementation gaps. And what we see is that it's just going to add another layer of bureaucracy right now when we want to really address and attack the concerns that we have now. We also thought about this, and to ramp it up, you have to think about staffing, you have to think about who's going to be in the office and how we're going to fund that as well. With our commands at different stages of maturity, we think this is the best plan right now. So what do we recommend? Well, we have some immediate priorities. Finalize and execute the Southern Command MOUs. Let's get going on that standardization process. Develop a system-wide needs-based staffing model where we really sit down and analyze our crime statistics, our response to calls, our different types of calls, and also take into consideration our environments for our campuses, right? We have some very rural campuses, and then we have some very urban campuses with a mixed need. We think that transitioning to a more permanent officer assignment basis, in my world, we call that good old community policing. Let the community get to know the officer assigned to work with them, and the officer will get to know their community. For instance, you drive into the place you go to every day, and I'm sure you see it, you recognize when something's out of place. You recognize when, I call it, just doesn't look right, JDLR. And give the officer the opportunity to develop that relationship. We've had cases on my campus where students who just would never talk to a police officer before feel comfortable, they develop that bond, and we've had help with mental health crises where they wouldn't talk to anybody else on the campus but our officer. And as we know today, that's a serious concern on college campuses. We think we need to, we believe you need to address the service gaps for rural and satellite campuses and standardizing the policies, technology, and communication practices. And that includes things like, in addition to the policies, purchasing, right? Let's save money by bulk purchasing. And also, if we have to shift officers from campuses in emergencies or just staffing concerns for an event, they all speak the same language. They all use the same equipment. It's kind of like muscle memory for them as they move along. So as we recommend, we're working through a stabilization of what we have now. We want to standardize everything we're doing. And once that's done, we can start implementing the things that will really enhance that we haven't had time or the funding to do. We really recommend focusing on the execution and alignment of the structural changes. To do this, we're recommending you engage a time-limited external system-level coordinator, somebody who has a higher education and public safety background. This coordinator will report to the chancellor. There's no operational control over the chiefs. but their position or their job will be to focus on tracking progress, facilitating agreements, and assuring accountability. I like to think of it as they kind of keep an overwatch, provide guidance, and maintain a smooth process while being able to maintain a mission-focused role. They're not worried about the daily shift scheduling. They're not worried about budgeting and who's going to work where and meeting with presidents. Their sole job is to implement our recommendations. The other thing we're recommending is accreditation. I heard it mentioned before about accreditation. Law enforcement has accreditation as well. There's two main ones for higher education. CALEA, which is strictly police focused, and then there's IACLEA, which has a law enforcement, public safety, and higher education focus. What this will do is everything we're talking about. As you meet the standards, you're meeting the best practices for public safety and higher education. So what's going to happen? Our key oversight questions this person is going to oversee is, are the MOUs finalized and understood system-wide? Are staffing levels aligned with campus size, risk, and system-wide? Does it meet the geography needs? Remember, we're dealing with campuses in an urban setting and an extremely rural setting. Is the service delivery equitable across institutions? And that doesn't mean that every institution is guaranteed to have 5 officers on duty at every time. It's based upon what they need during the different times. And are the accountability and communication mechanisms effective? Are we holding our departments accountable, and do we have a good line of communications between the presidents, the chancellor as well? As I said before, we believe you should reconsider the commissioner model in the future when the operational maturity is in place. As I wrap this up, I want to mention that your policing doesn't require a whole new system design. It just requires disciplined implementation and resource alignment. Focused leadership and accountability can achieve equity and effectiveness. When we do this, we will have a great long-term governance decision. And I like to say that these recommendations will enhance the mission of providing a safe, secure learning, living, and working environment for your Wolfpack family. Are there any questions at this time? I'd like to bring Mike up to assist.
Thank you for the information that you provided to us. I know on Zoom, Regent Boylan has a question. Go ahead, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Not a question, questions and recommendations or whatever you want to call it. But firstly, I thank you, gentlemen. It's a great report. Lots of work put into it. Very easy to understand. And I appreciate your experiences and everything else. Your background is what I'm trying to say. Now, I have a wee bit of a concern, and one of you can answer that for me. Did you know of the Board of Regents committee that is a safety and security committee? Did you know that we have one?
Yes, we were aware that there was.
Yes, you are aware. Okay.
We are aware.
I was going to say.
Yes.
Okay, good. I was going to say, if you are not aware of it, it's not your fault. I blame the person who was the coordinator or everything else, that you wouldn't know that. But you say you were aware of it. So if you were aware of it, and you've done a great job of questioning people all over the system, how come you did not bother to ask any one of us on that safety committee what we thought about this and how often we've had talks and presentations and the same old, stuff? How come you didn't think about doing that and giving the regents the respect that elected members should get and should be told, because we make the policy. And if we are not given even this modicum of respect, then what is your idea? Will you think about it? And where do you think we are? Because I have a few things that I could question in great detail, and he's hiding his face now, Chief of the South. How you doing? But I have quite a few concerns, even with your report, though it is outstanding. So if you were aware of it, then did you not think it's right to ask the people who make the policies?
Regent Boylan, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Did someone recommend that you don't do that, or what? I don't want to blame you. I'm
No,
saying
I will
it's
certainly
our
answer
staff.
your question. I didn't design the scheduling and who spoke to, and I don't know if it was in the scope of work. But to your point, it did not mean anything and show any disrespect. That was certainly not intentional. I do not speak for Iaclea, but I was a member of a 5-person team. So whether or not that was an oversight, clearly in the opinion of you and probably other members, it was. So I will certainly give that feedback and apologies.
No worries. There's 5 of us, but not one person was approached. That's okay. Let's go on. That's mainly to our staff that I say that, not you. Okay. Now, you said that the Southern Command, and you talked about operational maturity. Now, when you say that, what exactly do you mean by their operational maturity? Because I do know that they've come a long way. I've spoken to quite a few of the students, staff, faculty, and police officers whom I love. They know me, I know them. They've stopped me and they'll be like, thanks, Regent Boylan, for asking this and doing this. And I'm like, hey, anytime, just get in touch with me. So I'm not sure what you mean by Southern Command's maturity, operational maturity. I'm very familiar with that term, but what exactly why did you say that? And excuse me, I can't talk too well today. That's why I'm home. But what's the meaning of that, please?
Regent Boylan, what we had learned through our interviews is because they were recently collaborated and combined and consolidated, there were employees they hired from other colleges in the area that maybe didn't align perfectly with the new command, so they weren't in favor of it. So there were some challenges there that we saw, and to the point is, a lot of those have been addressed. But if you look comparatively between the Northern and Southern Command, we felt through the assessment process that they're just not at the same level when it comes to those transitional frustrations that you have when you integrate a bunch of separate entities into one. That's why that statement was made.
Okay, and that's growing pains, and we understand that. And this is where I'm going to need President Sandoval's ability to speak without tripping over my own nostrils. He does it so nicely. So I'm going to try, and but I have to bring these points up. You even mentioned about the inconsistency in mission functions. Is that part of, would you say, what you just said? It's an inconsistency?
Regent Boylan, yes, it
In
would
mission
be.
functions?
It would. There, we did observe that, the team members, that there were inconsistent deliverables depending on which campus, including our president. The presidents that reached out to us also acknowledged that there are some growing pains and there's inconsistency of the service that they feel they're getting for the dollars in which they paid. That was the comment, and that's why it was stated in that way.
Wonderful. And I'm just so glad you mentioned the dollars paid. I found this system backwards, really. It was just ridiculous because the command structure is a reversed pyramid. Picture this. There's a pyramid and it's standing on its tip. And these poor police officers, the chief especially, I love that guy, they all have to answer to 5, 6, 7 different bosses. Ridiculous. But they're still doing it. All right. And then you mentioned, and I'll tell you frankly, the last time we had this at one of the meetings, and I tried to bring this up, the presidents were totally unaware of what was happening and what this all meant. And it's not for them. They're educators and they're in the education business. They have no ideas about safety and security. I unfortunately do have a wee bit in the Middle East and Afghanistan, here, everywhere. And I keep asking these difficult questions. So the president's, I think, felt good that the chief boss man answers to each one of them. It's ridiculous, upside down, totally. And that's why I think what you just said, the mission functions and everything else are sorely lacking in the South, maturity and everything else, because it's not my chief, our chief's, it's this, the way it says set up. NSHE should be directly getting the money together for both the police departments. They are NSHE police. They are not President A's police or President B's police and that's why we have all these issues. And I've tried to bring that up before. Now, your last time you were here 8 years ago, we were supposed to do it every 5 years. Again, I blame our staff for that. It should have been done sooner. Now, we have a totally different system. In the North, the chief answers to Sunbury. I forget his title. I love the guy too. And he answers to the president. In the South, our chief answers to each president. There's no Sunbury or Joe Blow in between. He answers directly. Totally weird system. Both. This is NSHE. This is not separate organizations, and that's half the reasons we have issues. Now, so your recommendation last time was not followed. And I do know that the chief counsel is going to say, but it was partly followed. You know, that's like saying, great shot, but you missed the target. It was partly wasn't followed, in my opinion. So, trying to even get an AAR out of the police department was like pulling teeth. You have you have an incident, you have a hot wash, then you have an AAR, which is just not the report, but after action review. And then you have the after action report. And that was a small incident at the Nevada State University. Can you imagine me trying to get the after action report of what happened in the shooting at UNLV, where 3 of our faculty members were killed, and we had one hero, young fella, the police guy. I always tell him that when I grow up, I'm going to be like him because he was great. That guy stopped the bad guy, and I love it. Okay. Chair, just bear with me. These are really important things. Safety of all of us is more important to me than talking about other things. So bear with me. So like I said, I mentioned the funding should be directly from NSHE, not from each different. That's one of the recommendations, which in a way I was disappointed that I didn't see in your recommendations, but I think you get the idea what I'm trying to say. I thought what was it? The structural organization of both was way off. And this, why did you change? You have it in your report, so you spend time on it and you believe in it because it was recommended last time too. Why did you take out the head honcho position that both of them would answer to? Were you pressured by anybody, by any regents, by any staff members, that should not be there because you recommended it last time and then you put it in your report? Why did you pull it out? I'm not in favor of it. Let me tell you that I'm not in favor of that. I think the two chiefs should answer directly to the chancellor, which I kind of saw in your report also. But why did you remove that head honcho position?
Yeah, it was Regent Boylan. The reason that was removed is based on 8 years since the last report have being done,
Yes.
understanding the maturity of where they are at as an organization, but also understanding what are the needs and what's the purpose. What does having a commissioner model solve today? It does not solve some of the things that we saw, and the departments are making progress and they are running well in a lot of areas, but to add a layer of bureaucracy. So to directly answer your question, was I influenced by a region or anyone else or the chancellor's out? Absolutely not. That was never. That was an independent decision made by the evaluation and the assessment in which we did with our team and made the professional judgment that it wasn't needed and necessary.
Outstanding, outstanding. That's all I needed to know, because when you took the time to put it in there, printed it out, showed it to us, I'm like, oh, this is important stuff. And now they pull it out. You're breaking me heart. I'm like, that's no good. Give us some new things here. But overall, like I said, I really respect both of you, your knowledge, your experience, your education, and all my police officers there, all of them. I think they're the best. I always tell them every time. Now I feel safer that you're here. I honestly do, because I love these guys. They have the most difficult, and it's the biggest kept secret, especially in the South, because we have so many different bosses to answer to. So I salute you. I really enjoyed your report, but there's a few things that we need to change. I recommend that we accept the report, but I do recommend that before we bring it back to the board, that you talk to some of us who are on the safety committee, who think we know things about safety and emergency management, risk management, policing, and counterterrorism, and all those things. We think we know it, but you guys know it better than us. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I love it. Thank you, Chair. That's all for now. But okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Boylan. Are there other regents with questions or comments specific to the report? So we'll go to Regent Brown, followed by Regent Carvalho. Del Carlo, sorry.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I just wanted to, acknowledge that obviously we have two, commands, lots of different stuff, and thank you for everything you've done. What I kind of took away from your report is that at the end of the day, our system, and I'm going to talk about it as a system, even though two commands, we're lacking three things. We're lacking budget, we're lacking FTEs, and we're lacking assets to actually do the job. I went through the system level funding and the bullet points, and it literally all comes down to money, right? I don't think that I spent multiple times with both commands, both chiefs. I'm very confident in their ability and their vision for where they're taking it. But it does come down to money. I think the technology system and capabilities vary. That is something we've talked about at length, right? I'll just use the South as the example because it's the newest, and we're waiting for things to break to force us to pay to change it, right? And in the meantime, we're piecemealing things together. And I just want to acknowledge that because I think this is a helpful reminder and it's a good guidance. And to Regent Boylan's point, I will also, support this and accept the report, because I think what you guys have outlined for us is really another touch point of when we have another building that comes online, when we have an expansion, when we have a partnership. Our officers and UPD have to be at the center of what we're budgeting for, what we're planning for, what we're looking at. I did want to just also acknowledge that even though we're lacking budget, FTE, and assets, I think our officers do a tremendous job at showing up and being there. And just yesterday, I had a really impactful conversation with our officers here on this campus about how they really like the fact that it's not just call, show up, call, show up, call, show up. There's a lot of follow-up that goes up. There's a lot of mental health crises that they can also acknowledge. And yes, they do show up for a call, but then they can actually, not just respond, but they can provide counseling. They can provide all these wraparound services. Our students see them day after day. And we see these reports on the security. I'm also on the security committee. We see these reports and we hear from the students, we hear from the officers. And I just want to acknowledge that, because even though, and I think what your report was saying is they're doing amazing with what little they have. And I don't think there's ever a system or a department that will say, you know what, we have too many vehicles, we have too many tactical gear, we have too many, don't donate to us anymore. But I am really proud of, where we're at, and even the communication, the staffing, the everything can all be solved with us taking a real strategic look and having somebody come. So I would like to make a motion to accept the report and ask the chancellor to come back with an action plan for our consideration.
Second, Regent McGrath.
Okay, so we'll address the motion on the floor because there was a motion. So motion to really essentially approve that we have the report and that we're providing direction to the chancellor to come back with some more agenda items to talk about strategy and implementation. And that was seconded by Regent McGrath. Is there any discussion on that, Regent Del Carlo?
Yes, thank you. Before the motion was made, I did have a question because I'm all going to vote for this, but make sure we have timelines because on slide 11, you talk about this person that would come on for what we don't know the specific amount of time, but I want to know going forward when we direct the chancellor what that looks like. How are we talking? A year, 18 months, 2 years, whatever. And then if everything like gets finished down south, the MOUs and et cetera, when do you think a reasonable time would be to come back in the future and look at that commissioner model? Because that was the original intent 8 years ago.
Timelines are always a great question. First, it would have to be something we all agreed upon, right? We wouldn't want to set a timeline that wasn't manageable for us or your executive that you bring in, or for the college presidents and the chiefs and the police department itself. So to give you a hard line right now, I'm not sure I could give you a factual number. And as far as coming back for the review for the commissioner model, I think we already have a plan for that. 5 years from now, we're due to come back, according to your Board of Regents, I believe. I wasn't trying to avoid the timeline question. I just want to be realistic and not set false expectations.
Thank you. And we'll just have to make sure 5 doesn't equal 8 again.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that there is, excuse me, a motion and a second on the floor. And I don't know if we need to amend that motion or start over again. But I do just want to say on the record that I think it's important for these recommendations maybe to come back to us within 6 months. And the recommendations specifically are addressed on pages 10, 11, and 12 of the presentation. So I just wanted to clearly state that, and that may have been the intention of the original motion, but I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. While we're still in the discussion for the motion itself, and certainly friendly amendments can be made based on the, based on who made the motion, I do want to at least provide, and gentlemen, thank you very much for the reporting. I think the feedback is that you're spot on. We recognize that there's some great opportunities to improve how we get things done, and at the same time, our officers are working at their maximum capacity to be able to get things done with what they have. And before the board moves in any direction in terms of what might come back, I at least wanted to offer Chief James and Chief Asquez an opportunity, if there's anything that they'd like to address during this time while we have the open agenda item, then I would say please provide us with your comments and possible considerations for an effective way for us to get things done to enhance what UPD is already doing. Thank you, Chief Asquez.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, and regents of the board, presidents and chancellor. Arnold Vasquez, Chief Southern Command, for the record. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to a few things. I think that the first thing that I'd like to start with is the work from the IACLEA team. They just demonstrated an extreme amount of professionalism with our department, and it looks like they put together a very well drafted report, very thorough, and quite frankly, just really pointed out a lot of areas that we actually in the Southern Command and our leadership team, as well as in Northern Command with Chief James, have been familiar with. There are some things that are obvious to us and have been for some period of time, and we have talked a little bit today about how a lot of this stuff is driven by funding and resource allocation. And with that said, what I want to say is that I've been in this profession close to 27 years now, and I'm not sure about Chief James, but I think he's been around the block a few times as well. We constantly work in this profession in a state of being understaffed, underfunded, and being asked to do extraordinary things without some of the resources and tools at our disposal. With that said, since I've been with NSHE, I have experienced a tremendous amount of support from the system, the institutions, individual presidents, regents, and the community, quite frankly. So it's different in that regard. But what I can tell you is we are conditioned as leaders of these respective departments to do as much as we possibly can with the least amount of resources that we have. And that's just how we operate. We will always operate that way. We understand that there are gaps in areas that we need to improve upon. I think that it's been called out today that we have made a lot of those improvements and are continuing to move in that direction. And I can guarantee you that both Chief James and I are working at an all-time high in terms of that collaborative approach. And so we will give you everything, every ounce of our being to ensure that our campuses are safe and that we do as much as we can to mitigate and close those gaps as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate your perspective on this in terms of how we can move forward effectively to not only service the institutions, but make sure that we're of service to the officers who are doing the job to begin with. I'm not sure if Chief James is in the room, or do you know Chief Vasquez?
Yes, Chief Vasquez for the record again. Actually, Chief James is out of the area. He's attending his own wedding, so it's a good thing he made that and bypass this meeting. So I'd like to, I think on behalf of all of us, congratulate him on that. And that's the reason why he couldn't be here today.
Big congratulations to the chief, although we're starting to question his priorities. We're wondering, considering it's a quarterly meeting, maybe the date wasn't appropriate, but okay.
I think his bride might disagree with you.
I agree with you 100%. Yeah, we certainly wish the best for him. I would just, I think whether or not there's a friendly amendment to the motion, I think it's extraordinarily important that if the chancellor is going to be tasked with taking a look at things and bringing something back to the board, it is imperative that you and Chief James are in the room while the conversation is taking place. I don't think there's any better people that we have in the state to really dive into what the institutions need, where the shortfalls exist in terms of additional resources that could be had. What does a realistic funding process look like? And so I think it goes without saying that you have to be. My preference is you have to be a part of those conversations. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Arnold Vasquez for the record. Thank you for saying that. Yes, completely agreed. As I mentioned, Chief James and I have a great working relationship. In fact, many of these areas we already have strategized on. We already have made a lot of progress on them. One, for example, is staffing. Back in 2022, this was prior to my arrival with UPD, we were looking at about a 42% vacancy rate. We have since closed that gap. We've made significant strides in that area. We're sitting at about a 7% vacancy rate right now. That's always going to kind of hover around that number just by the sheer nature of our business and our profession. And how we're competing against other agencies throughout the valley in our regions. But yes, we do have a lot of strategies already in place, and I know that moving forward, I think that Chief James and I are probably going to be quite honestly at the focal point of those strategies that we're going to bring back to the chancellor and to the board.
Thank you. We appreciate your input and your time, Chief Vasquez. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Chief Counsel Martinez, it looks like there's something you want to add to the conversation.
Yeah, I've had my hand up before council speaks. I think I should say something.
We're going to get right back to you, Regent Borland. I appreciate your patience as we move forward through this agenda item. Thank you.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. I just wanted to point out while we were talking about the motion, one other thing the board should consider in the motion is we heard some thoughts that the future items should come back to the security committee. I just want to point out, if the board makes a motion that these items come back to the board, they'll just come back to the full board. So if the intent is for it to go to the security committee and the full board not hear the items individually, that should be part of the motion as well, just to ensure staff has clear direction on how to move forward.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez. Regent Borland?
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chair. Well, the full board will hear everything after it goes to the committee because we report to the full board. So that doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, I think, Chair, the board needs to guide staff to, I love the idea that someone said about the timeline and within 6 months, whoever's the new chair. I do believe it should be sooner than that because this is an extremely important thing. It depends upon our students and everybody, their lives and how things are run for both the police departments, north and south. So a timeline is wonderful, but it needs to be done soon. Well, maybe within 2 or 3 months. And that's really important for everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Regent Borland. I actually appreciate that perspective and timeline. And what I do want to ask, Chief Vasquez, I know you stepped away from the podium, but I'm interested in your perspective in what Regent Borland is addressing in terms of timeline. And it sounded like from your communication with us, this has been an ongoing conversation, and the conversation has revolved around strategy and other areas that perhaps some things might be ready to go sooner rather than later. From your perspective, what is an appropriate timeline that it would take to have the conversations that have to have for something to come back?
Thank you. Arnold Vasquez for the record. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm the type of person that likes to under promise and over deliver. But as I mentioned, we've been working at least in the Southern Command on the MOU for a period of time now, at least since I've been in this role. It has been circulated to the respective institutions in the South. I think that, that's quite honestly one of the main pieces that we need to nail down to help address many of these issues. So my goal at this point was to have that final draft at least in the president's hands sometime by the end of the summertime, with the hope that we can bring it back to the board for approval before the end of the calendar year. So to answer your question, I think that that's one of the main pieces that needs to get handled to address the main strategies. So I would say probably a 3-month time frame is realistic. At least we can provide significant updates, and it might not get us to the finish line completely, but I think that that's a reasonable amount of time.
Thank you, Chief Vasquez. And I believe it was Regent Del Carlo that actually brought up that timeline. Oh, was it Regent Carvalho? Okay. I just want to make sure, was that part of the motion as well in terms of timeline, or was that not part of the motion? Regent Brown?
Chair, I'd like to actually rescind my motion.
It's rescinded. Thank you.
I will rescind my second.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to make a new motion. I'd like to accept the ICLEO report and ask the Chancellor to come back with a draft to the Security Council meeting in September quarterly meeting. And then have the we'll stop that. With the action plan outlined in slides 10, 11, and 12 for our consideration.
Second from Regent McGrath.
Thank you, Regent Brown and Regent McGrath. And I think we were able to narrow down that timeline a little bit more effectively. And so with that, we have a motion on the floor not only to accept the report, but to direct the Chancellor to bring back an agenda item proposing a strategy to address the finding and recommendations by the September quarterly meeting. That was seconded by Regent McGrath. And so I'll ask for just a quick vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying. Well, one more addition to the motion. Go ahead, Regent Carvalho.
Mr. Chair. Regent Del Carlo was asking just to verify that the motion is for this to come back to the Security Committee in September. Yes.
Was that the intent of the motion to? I'll just, thank you, Regent Brown. I appreciate that. I'll just quickly add that the intent of this motion, and as part of the motion, this will come back to the security, it'll come back in September, and be delivered to the security committee at that time. And perfect. And so the motion and the second still stand. And with that, we'll move into a quick vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. And with that, that agenda item is closed out. Thank you very much, Chief Vasquez, and thank you very much, gentlemen, for the time that you put into producing the report and delivering it to us with those findings. And we certainly hope that we'll be able to address the majority of those things. So thank you.
Yep.
Again, thank you for your time. And with that, it just feels like now's the right time to take a 5 to 10 minute administrative break. There's some snacks behind us, so we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, thank you for your patience. I'd like to be able to continue the meeting and move us forward and finish up the last few items that we have today on our agenda. And with that, we'll move to agenda item number 16. And I'll ask President Sandoval to lead us on this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno, for the record. Today, we're bringing forward for your consideration proposed updates to the tuition and fee structure for the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine for the 2027 to 2029 biennium. To walk you through the proposal in more detail, I'd like to introduce our esteemed Dean, Dr. Paul Hauptman. Please proceed.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Regents, Chancellor McNair, and colleagues. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Paul Hauptman, Dean of the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. Thank you for the opportunity to return to this item regarding proposed updates to tuition and fees for UNR Med for the 2027-2029 biennium. The last Board of Regents meeting, President Sandoval outlined the process used to develop this recommendation. Today, I will briefly summarize the key elements and respectfully request your approval. As a reminder, this proposal is the result of the biennial review required under Board Policy Title IV, Chapter 17. A committee convened by the university reviewed a range of data, including peer comparisons with the Western Region public medical schools, benchmarks of the Association of American Medical Colleges, regional consumer and higher education cost indices, and institutional needs. Within the Western Region peer group of 19 public medical schools, UNR Med currently ranks 14th in tuition and fees. A lower number is better, reflecting our continued commitment to maintaining affordability while also ensuring that we can provide the best and most innovative educational experience possible for our students. Following that review, the committee reached consensus on a recommendation to increase tuition and fees by 3.8% for each year of the 2027-2029 biennium. This recommendation reflects a multi-factor assessment, including cost pressures, alignment with peer institutions, and the ongoing needs of the School of Medicine. The 5-year rolling average of the Higher Education Price Index, or HEPI, was used to develop the recommendation of 3.8% and is the same methodology we used in 2024, providing a consistent and predictable approach across biennia. Using a multi-year average helps reduce the impact of year-to-year volatility in the index, resulting in more stable and predictable changes in tuition and fees. It also moderates the influence of any single year's data, particularly the most recent HEPI values, on decisions that will not take effect for 2 or more years. Importantly, student representatives participated in the committee's deliberations, and the recommendation reflects that inclusive process. We recognize that any increase in tuition has implications for students, including potential impact on educational debt. That concern was directly considered as part of the committee's work. At the same time, these adjustments are necessary to sustain the quality of the educational program, particularly in supporting instruction, advising, and the evolving resources required for student success and licensure preparation, and to maintain a strong pipeline of physicians for Nevada. If approved, all tuition and fee increases, net of any increases in the university general improvement, capital improvement, activities programs, student association and technology fees, as well as the UNR Med student access fee, will be allocated to the state-supported operating budget of the School of Medicine. I also want to note that the student access fee is calculated as a percent of tuition and fees, which results in an automatic increase when tuition and fees increase. With that, we respectfully request the board's approval of the proposed tuition and fee updates for the 2027-2029 biennium. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dean. We have a question from Regent Downs.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Downs for the record. How are these student access fees utilized in this structure?
Paul Hauptman for the record. What I can say, Regent, is that in academic year 2026, $2.119 million was distributed in access fees. For first-year medical students, the average is $8,000 a year. For second-year students, $9,000. It goes to $10,000 for third years and $11,000 for fourth years. For the latter years, that's a combination of the access fees and scholarships, many merit-based.
So how do you determine who receives those fees?
Well, all students pay in, and 93% of the students receive access fees.
Okay. So what is the criteria for those 93% to receive the fees? Or why do the 7% not receive the fees?
Yes, thank you for that question, Paul Hauptman for the record. The vast majority of the access fees are needs-based.
Okay.
We have a very small percentage of students who graduate after 4 years with no debt, and so they've paid through the entire 4 years and did not receive access fees.
Okay. So you're saying that that 7% are the students who can fully self-fund it without taking on student loans?
Well, it is conceivable that some of them took out student loans, but the majority would not have taken out student loans. If they were taking out student loans based on need, as opposed to for some other reason, then they would qualify for access funds.
And I truly ask this, and I'm not being snarky. In a medical school setting, how do you determine need? I mean, it's a big step up in cost compared to regular tuition and fees. How do you determine need at that level?
Well, thank you for the question, Regent Downs. For the record, Paul Hauptman. Our students apply. There's a mechanism through which they apply for financial aid, which is similar to undergraduates, but their ability to obtain loans is higher. The limits are greater. They will be losing Grad Plus loans beginning this year, which is a big concern for us. And so we are working diligently to increase our scholarship opportunities for those students.
Okay. So the way it is sitting, though, since 93% get some level of fee redistribution from the student access fee, it is weighing more heavily on the 7% of subsidizing the 93%. Is that a correct assessment?
For the record, Paul Hauptman, maybe you can clarify the question for me.
Well, since 7% don't receive any type of assistance, and 93% do, and then that assistance derives from the student access fee, then that 93% is being supported by that 7%. Is that a correct interpretation?
For the record, Paul Hauptman, Regent Downs, the access fees are charged across the board and then redistributed. So the access fees are a percentage of the tuition, and they're collected and then redistributed according to need. So that's a pay in by everyone and a payout to 93%.
Yeah, I understand that. That was my point. Is that but the 7%? So if you're receiving some kind of assistance with this, you're getting back the fees you would have paid plus some more. Is that correct?
For the record, Paul Hauptman, well, it depends on the level of need. So some students will get some part of the access fees back. Other students will get more back.
Okay.
Which it allows that, and I said on average for the first year it's $8,000 per student, and it's up to $12,000 for fourth-year students, but that is, sorry, 11,000, but that reflects also scholarships, many of which are based on merit.
Are there cases where students are taking out loans but not receiving access fees back?
For the record, Paul Houtman, I do not have the answer to that question, and I can get that to you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I'm going to say for the record, I feel at this level that student access fees are probably not appropriate at a professional school level. Across the board, I have an issue with them, but especially at this level, professional school, it's a different type of environment, in my opinion. So, thank you.
Well, if I may, Regent Paul Houtman, for the record, I will say that the median debt for the class of 2025 was almost $169,000, which is significant. So anything that we can do to mitigate that, we're pursuing. And that's partly access fees, but it's also, as noted, scholarships.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Regent Arascata?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Dean Hopman, out of curiosity, what was the response you received from the current medical students, especially for the first-year students that will be starting this fall or this summer? How did they respond with the increased tuition?
For the record, Paul Houtman, so the increase is baked in. They know what the tuition and fees will be for this year. I think perhaps the real question would be for students who are already matriculated at the school and what their reaction is to this. And that's why we wanted them and had them on the committee that decided this. And they were first and second year students, because if we had third and fourth year students, this increase would not impact them as directly. So it really affects the first and second years more than the third and fourth years.
Was it a begrudgingly acceptance, or did they understand the cost of education is increasing?
For the record, Paul Houtman, UNR-Med, it's not a scientific sample. There were, I believe, 2 students from the first year and 2 from the second year, if I'm not mistaken. But we presented detailed information in a very transparent manner on our budget and the challenges with our budget, and they accepted the argument that the 3.8% increase was needed.
Excellent. And I know this is going to go to the Wayback Machine, but if you can expand on the agreement or the working relationship between the University of Nevada School of Medicine and Renown Medical Center. What is Renown investing into the University School of Medicine in regards to scholarships or other options available for students?
Thank you for the question, Regent Arascata. Paul Houtman, for the record. Renown, as a consequence of the affiliation agreement, provides scholarship funding to our students. And tomorrow morning, we'll be presenting an update on the affiliation, but it's one of the aspects that I think make the affiliation rather unique.
If I remember correctly, I think it was $350,000 for scholarships per year and a $1.5 million investment into the school.
For the record, Paul Houtman, those figures are correct.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may make a motion?
Thank you. Sure, Regent Arascata.
I'd like to make a motion to accept, let me get the wording.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. So there's a motion to approve the revisions for 27, 29.
Thank you.
For UNR School of Medicine. Is there a second?
Second, Regent Goodman.
Second by Vice Chair Goodman. Is there any need for further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the revision, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay.
No.
No.
I think the ayes had that one. There were 2 nays from what I understand, from what I heard. So that does move forward. Thank you, Dean. We appreciate your time. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 17 with President Heavey, and I'll ask President Heavey to stay up at the podium for agendas item 17, 18, and 19.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, members of the board, Chancellor, Chris Heavey, Interim President of UNLV for the record. For this item, we are asking for approval of the fees for the subsequent 2 years for the Kirk Kerkorian School of Medicine at UNLV. The fees will remain steady with the current rate that the students are paying. We are asking to shift the distribution of the fees to put more money into capital improvement in order to create a reserve, a capital reserve fund for the maintenance of the medical education building. So essentially, this is a proactive approach to solving the problem that's been identified many times today of not having funds set aside for expected maintenance needs for our buildings. And so essentially, we're going to put some more money in there that'll ultimately be about $425,000 per year to be available to maintain the beautiful medical education building that we use, which was contributed by the Nevada Health Bioscience Corporation for the use of the School of Medicine.
Thank you, President Heavey. Are there any questions? Regent Downs?
Same question as I was asking earlier about the student access fees. How are they utilized in this scenario?
The policy of the board for student access fees for graduate students is 50% of them are awarded based on merit and 50% of them are awarded based on need. And so they're, excuse me, awarded within those parameters. That's the level of detail I have right now about that. Since we're not asking for a fee increase, we didn't prepare a detailed breakdown of how the access fees are being used.
And do you know, I guess, maybe you just answered that. If you don't have the information, do you know what percentage are getting fee money back?
I do not know what percentage of the students are awarded access fees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Arascata?
Same questions. How are the current students of first-year medical or second-year medical students? Were they willing and accepting to this fee increase, tuition increase?
Yeah, the students were fully supportive, but just to clarify, there is no increase in student registration fees here. This is a level fee. We're just shifting a little more of the money into the capital improvement fund in order to create a reserve fund for deferred maintenance for the MEB. So there's no increase here.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, President Heavey. Right, and just to be clear, this is really just a redistribution of fees.
Correct. No increase to cost to the students, and they
Thank
were
you.
fully supportive of that.
Thank you. With no other questions or comments, I'm looking for a motion to approve the 27, 29, even though it says tuition and fees for UNLV Kirk Kerkorian School of Medicine. It should be noted that these are not a increase of fees. This is distribution of fees to support reserves for the medical education building.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, you're still approving the fees. It's just no increase.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski. Like I was saying, we're still approving the fees. It's just that there's no increase to the fees and there is redistribution, an allocation of funds for a reserve account for the medical building. Right, I thought, right. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry, I did not catch the first motion to approve. Who was that? Regent Brown. So Regent Brown moved to approve and then seconded by Regent Batista. Is there any other discussion? With that, those who are in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay.
No.
Thank you. That moves for approval. We'll now move to agenda item number 18. This is for the years 27, 29 tuition and fees for the UNLV School of Dental Medicine.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, members of the board, and Chancellor. Chris Heavey, Interim President of UNLV, for the record. And here we are requesting no changes to the fees for the students for the School of Dental Medicine for the 27-29 biennium.
Thank you. Are there any questions from Regents on this item? I don't see any questions. Regent Carvalho?
No, excuse me, I'd just like to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second it.
Thank you. So we have a motion to approve the tuition and fee almost says no increase, right?
No
It's-
increase, yeah.
Yeah, no increase for the dental school. This motion is was made by Regent Carvalho, seconded by Regent Boylan. Is there any further discussion? I don't see any. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
I,
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay.
No.
Thank you. We'll move now to agenda item number 19. This is the procedure and guidelines manual revision for the 27-29 tuition and fees for UNLV's Boyd School of Law. President Hebe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, members of the board, and Chancellor. Chris Heve, Interim President of UNLV for the record. Here we are asking for a 3.5% per year increase in the fees approved for the 27-29 biennium for students of the Boyd School of Law. We convened a student panel, as in all these instances, to review this requested change, and the student panel was fully supportive of the change.
Thank you, President Hebe. Any questions? Regent Downs.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Downs for the record. So I noticed that, so you have a student access a line here. You also have a financial aid fee. What's the difference there?
I have the Dean of the School of Medicine here, or School of Law here, who can give a little more detail, but I'll just note for the record that aid for recruiting high ability students into the School of Law is crucial for their success in maintaining their records. And so they are doing a lot of awarding of student aid based on merit to attract high ability students, and some according to need, also based on the policy of the board that 50% of access fees are used to based on student need. And they're also raising substantial dollars from private donors to augment the scholarships that are being given to incoming students. The Dean can probably provide you more detail if you'd like more information than
Yes,
this.
please. Thank you.
Sure.
Leah Chan Greenwald for the record. The access and financial aid line are used basically together to be able to award 100% back to our students, as President Hebe mentioned.
What percentage of students receive some form of aid?
100%.
All students receive some aid?
All students receive some form of aid.
Okay, then I assume it's at a graduated amount?
It's all based on merit. And when they come in and when they apply, and we award them a package when they come in. And then, if they still have need based on, whether they're working or what their personal circumstances are, they then are able to take out financial aid, which we then help them with as well. Financial aid loans, excuse me.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to understand this then. This is the first I've heard of the aid being distributed based off of merit, which is great. So do you have situations where students would not receive it based on merit and they end up having to take loans out?
So all students receive something based on merit, but the amounts vary based on their incoming qualifications. And so there are some students who do need to take out loans.
Okay. Okay, I guess I find that interesting. But thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Arascata.
With that number, you just mentioned 100% of the law students take out aid. What is the cohort size of the current enrollment in the Boyd School of Law?
Leah Chan Greenwald, for the record, our current enrollment is approximately 480 students.
Thank you.
I just have a question real quick, Dean, and maybe this is for you, President Hebe, I'm not sure, but how does the student fee increase that was granted, months ago, how does that play into what you're asking for today?
Chris Heve, Interim President of UNLV for the record. This is totally independent, so the fee increases before were not factored into the professional schools. Those were only for the undergraduate students, because these are separate line item budgets.
Yeah, so these would be for is it Okay, gotcha. So it's not graduate students, it's what you're describing as professional students.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President TV, and thank you, Dean. And this question may not apply directly to this, but what's we call them differential fees and access fees, and why don't we just have all those in the amount that the students see upfront? Then suddenly we have, oh, this fee and trip over your nostrils fee, and why do all these extra fees? To me, they're an extra expense and a price to get into school, into that particular school or program. Why do we do that? Just help me here.
Thank you for the question, Regent Boyland. Chris Heavey, Interim President of
Yes,
UNLV.
sir.
For the record, the fees that we're discussing here today are the base registration fees, and then they get apportioned out into different buckets as are listed in the program PGM, Program Guidelines Manual of NSHE. And then there are some additional fees that get charged to students to cover specific costs, like the technology fee, and those would cover things that are very specific to those items. There certainly has been in consideration of policy level change that would lump all of those things together, and some institutions have done that, and she hasn't gone that direction. And so we ask for fees according to the board policy at different times. The professional schools do not have differential fees because they set their overall registration fee independently of the graduate students and undergraduates. So differential fees are only for specific graduate and undergraduate programs. Essentially, broadly, the university has 4 levels of cost. It has the graduate and undergraduate for the all students, and then our 3 professional schools each charge their own specific cost that's determined through this process. So this is a different process. Our overall state-supported operating budget is the main university budget, but the professional schools, the dental, medicine, and law schools each have their own budgets that comes from a state-level appropriation, as well as the student fees that are charged to these specific students through this process. It's a little complicated, but hopefully that
that makes a wee bit of sense. But then, would you know why doesn't she do that? Because you said earlier that it's all our rules and regulations, and NSHE doesn't do it into one bucket. But I know that there are other professional schools that don't do that, but we have it in just about everything at NSHE. So do you know why that was done? Or
I think I'm going to have to call that a question above my pay grade, Chris Heavey, for the record, since it's board policy. So that would be a board.
Since it's board.
Yeah, Regent Boylan, this is Chris Nielsen, Special Counsel. I think that's a much broader discussion than, than this item is. And, I suggest that if you want that discussed in the future, in the broader sense, that would be appropriate for a new business item.
Oh, good. Thank you. I missed you. Suddenly you've spoken up and I've spoken up. I like it. Thank you. But I get you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. Thank you, President Heavey. Are there any other questions? Is there a motion to approve?
I would motion
I'll make a motion to approve
the procedures and guidelines manual revision and tuition and fees for the Boyd Law School of Law.
And thank you, Regent Brown, and also the approval for the revision. Regent Brown?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the
I'll second
approval
it,
of the revision.
Thank you. And it sounds like that was seconded by Regent Boylan. Those in favor,
Yes, sir.
I don't believe there's any other discussion or further discussion. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yay.
Aye.
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 Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay.
No.
Thank you. We'll move on to, thank you, President Heavey. We'll now move on to agenda item number 20. And before we get into agenda item number 20, I'll ask Regent Carvalho for her disclosure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to NRS 281A, I'm disclosing that I'm a graduate student of UNLV. I currently have the student health insurance at UNLV. I do believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by the information presented in agenda item number 20, so I will be voting on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll ask Chief Financial Officer Lizer to please kick off this agenda item for us.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Regents, Chancellor McNair, Presidents. For the record, my name is Brody Lizer. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer for the System of Higher Education. I will request approval of a revision to the Procedures and Guidelines Manual regarding student health insurance rates for UNR and UNLV in Nevada State. You have the board material just as reference under Title IV, Chapter 17 of the Board Handbook. Section 28 allows institutions to adopt mandatory health insurance. And this item is for the board to approve the rates as set forward in the PGM Chapter 7, Sections 11 through 16. Chair Brooks, I'd be happy to go through some details if you'd like. From a high level, the institutions worked with the systems insurance broker, Academic Health Plans, to develop these rates. And I would note for our international students, you do see a decrease in the rate for UNR. That's a result of positive claim history over the last year. And whereas for the international students on UNLV, we're seeing the rate go up a little bit here, just as a result of high cost insurance claims. And with that,
Thank you.
Chair Brooks, happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think we'll open it up to Regent questions to see exactly how high up that maybe you want to go in terms of some of the responses that you have. Are there any questions for the CFO, Regent Arascata?
Yes, sir.
Regent Boylan, I'm gonna jump ahead of you, everybody. All right, so.
Please go ahead.
Questions for you. In regards to beginning on page 4, the bottom of page 4 of 6, there's a significant discrepancy between just, I don't want to say regular students, but undergraduate students participating in classes, taking credits. But then all of a sudden, when you go to bottom of 4, even the top of 5, for the nursing school, those go up significantly to $1,450 per semester, in contrast to DE. Oops, where'd it go? I apologize, I just went too far. To the $119 at UNLV. But also over, and that's my main question. I don't understand why the nursing students are getting hit so hard, even the PT students, the medical imaging, both fall, summer, spring. I'd just like to get a little bit more of a background. Even the dental schools are going to be at $4,100.
Regent Arascata, Chair Brooks, members of the board, I'm going to try to clarify this a little bit for the record. Cheryl Hug English, Medical Director, Student Health at UNR. It is a little bit confusing. The rates are student health fees, so that would be for the health centers that you're reading that are like $119.50, et cetera. Those are health fees, not insurance fees. And then down below where you see the $4,350, that is for the student insurance fee. And to clarify, it is for graduates, international students, medical students. We do not have an undergraduate student insurance plan across NSHE.
I saw that, thank you, Dr. Hug English. I saw that on the briefing paper that there was not, and this is mostly focused on international students. But still, that discrepancy, that's, for how long has that high rate been in place for the school of medicine or for any of those items over at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas? For nursing or physical therapy, comprehensive, medical imaging, or any of those, how long have those high insurance rates been required to pay?
So, and we have our representative from AHP here that might be able to help with this too, but just to let you know, this insurance market is really competitive and very difficult right now. The rates of medical insurance are going 8 to 12% with really a good claims history. So I think what you're seeing here for UNLV is a 10% increase. Actually, at UNR, we had a good claims history year, which could go the opposite next year. We have a small enrollment pool for both and really for all of the institutions. So if you have 1 or 2 high medical claims, it really impacts the premiums for the following year. And that's what happened this year, particularly at UNLV. That's why you see that increase. But, you know, when you compare the increases across the country, these rates are very competitive.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hug English.
Thank you. Regent Borland?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I should know this, but I'm a wee bit confused. So if a student joins the university in any program or anything, and he already has insurance, does that student have to get insurance again from NSHE, from the university? How does that work?
Regent Boylan, thanks for the question. Again, for the record, Cheryl Hug English. No,
Thank you,
it
ma'am.
is a mandatory with a waiver. So if a student comes in with an insurance plan, they can be waived out. This is simply to provide insurance for those who are not able to purchase it, and it's really important for our students to have access to that.
Oh, I'll agree with you on that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Chair Brooks, this is Brody Leiser. If I could just provide just one additional piece of information, just so it's clear that all our international students, even though the rates are broken out here by the different schools, the rates are consistent for all of our students. Correct. All programs have the same annual rate.
Thank you. I think, Chair Brooks, for the record, I just have a quick question that is very specific to maybe the distinctions between the health service fee and then the mandatory insurance fees that seem to be different based on what even professional level a student is at. The health services fee, I think it's easy to understand what that fee might be, particularly for resources for students on campus to be able to access perhaps maybe some counseling and other resources if they so desire. The insurance fees, in terms of making these mandatory for students that don't have health insurance, while some of these fees might be seemingly relatively low, that still, you know, I would say $4,000 a year for a graduate student might in the private sector that might seem low, but as a student that might add on to the additional stresses of what it costs to be a student at one of our institutions. And I'm just trying to understand the need, the mandatory need and the benefit for a student to have health insurance specifically through the institution based on their study, the program that they're involved with.
Chair Brooks, member of the board, for the record, Cheryl Hug English. It is it's difficult, but understand that if these students were going out to the market, their insurance costs would probably be double of what this student insurance plan is. To give you an example, their deductible is $350. I think for all of us who have employee insurance, that is just not heard of. The benefits are a very rich plan. And again, these students are not obligated to purchase it if they have another plan. And I will tell you that our graduate students utilize the plan the most. So it's really an important benefit. Again, it's not all students have to purchase it if they have other options. But this plan really provides options that might not be available to them otherwise.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And maybe you can just let me know if a student chooses not to have health insurance for whatever reason that they have. I'm just trying to understand, is it a liability issue then within the institution for a student not to have health insurance? It seems like there might be something different if we're talking about a student hurting themselves on the campus, right? Versus a student getting sick or something happening to them that really has nothing to do with the campus itself, but being told, hey, if you want to be a student here, you have to have this health insurance. And that's what I'm trying to understand, what maybe some of those distinctions are, or some of the differences that come into play with that. And look, maybe this is a non-issue, right? I'm just thinking I'd like to have just a little bit of clarity on this.
Chair Brooks, thank you for the question. Again, Cheryl Hegg English for the record. I think we need to think about this 19, 20, 21, 22-year-olds, none of them think they need to have insurance. But I can tell you as a physician, the first time that they have a major medical event, they get appendicitis, they break their leg on the ski hill, and they don't have insurance, they're coming to the health center saying, can you take care of this? And unfortunately, we can do a lot, but we're not a hospital. We can't do surgeries. And so having health insurance, in my view, as a physician, is critically important to the health of the individuals. Again, we are not mandating that they purchase the school insurance plan, but we are saying it's important to have insurance.
Thank you. And maybe I misunderstood. It sounded like they are being told you have to have this insurance plan unless they have insurance. Then there's an option in a waiver where they don't have to apply or have the institution insurance. But if they have no insurance, then it's mandatory.
Correct.
That's correct, right? Thank you. Vice Chair Goodman?
Thank you, Chair. For my nonprofit, I need to purchase insurance, and I understand this is very competitive, and I just want to thank you for finding rates that will work for students, for when they don't have, if you have to go outside and get your independent insurance, it can be extremely expensive. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that it looks like you did some good negotiating here, and I appreciate your work.
Are there any other questions from Regents? Regent Gogachia?
I went to college a long time ago and I had to have healthcare insurance when I went. So, and that's been a long time ago. I just thought it was required.
How long?
You don't want to know.
All right. Thank you. Okay, I don't think there's any other questions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chair Brooks, may I make a motion, please?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion to agenda item number 20 and request approval of a revision to the P&G manual, chapter 7, section 11, regarding student health insurance rates for academic year 26-27. And just as a side note, and Dr. Huggingus, you brought this up. You're right. Teenagers are not indestructible. I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. So there's a motion to approve the procedure and guideline manuals revision for student health insurance fee for the academic year of 26-27 for UNR, UNLV, and NSU. or I should say, and the NSU international students. Motion was made by Regent Arascata, seconded by Regent Del Carlo. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
I,
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 21. CFO Lizer, this is our last agenda item for the day before we get into public comment and others. And before we get into agenda item number 21, I'll ask Regent Downs and Regent Carvalho to make their disclosures.
Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose I am an employee of NSHE at WNC and a parent of a student at UNR. And because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. I will also make the disclosure that pursuant to NRS 281A, I'm disclosing that I'm a graduate student at UNLV. I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by the information presented in agenda item number 21, so I will be voting on this matter.
Thank you. And one more disclosure before we move forward with agenda item number 21. Vice Chair Goodman.
I have a student at UNR, just disclosing that. Thank you.
I think we're done with the disclosures.
All right. Thank
There
you,
you
Chair
go.
Brooks. For the record, again, Brody Lizer, Chief Financial Officer with the Nevada System of Higher Education. Appreciate the opportunity to present the last item here. I'll try and do it without phone a friend to help, but very much appreciate the help on that last item. This item is for board approval relating to the distribution of the registration fee, the per credit hour registration fee. I would just note that this is not a request for the overall per credit fee amount itself. The board approved the per credit fee amounts at the January meeting. And so this agenda item is to approve how the per credit fee is distributed among the various buckets that are identified within the board handbook policy. And so you could see under the PGM, you see the various buckets of distribution, the state operating budget, student access, general improvement, capital improvement, activities and programs, and student association. Each of those areas are designated by board policy. And specifically, the student access funds that are outlined in Title IV, Chapter 18 of the board handbook require that at least 10% of the per credit hour registration fee for community college lower division courses is allocated to student access, and at least 15% of the per credit registration fee for all other courses are allocated to student access. The other thing that I would just note here is anticipating possibly some questions on the student access fee itself. Again, Title IV, Chapter 18 of the handbook does outline the policy of the board that 100% of the fees deposited in this account go towards financial assistance, and then further goes on to state that at least 80% of those funds support need-based financial aid, and no more than 20% support access-oriented scholarships. The other thing that I would note is that the use of the student access fee, we do report on that in our annual financial aid report. And so there will be is additional information as to how those funds are used. And then with the fee account balances themselves, which would include student access, general improvement, capital improvement, the board will be hearing a presentation either at the September or December meeting relating to the fee account, the account balances within each of those accounts for each of our institutions. So with that, Chair Brooks, I won't go through the details of the individual undergraduate, graduate institution buckets for how the fees are distributed. What I will tell you is that, as I mentioned, there's specific guidance in the board handbook with regards to the student access fee. What I could tell you is that generally around 70% of the per credit registration fee gets deposited in the state supported budget. That context and the timing is important as we begin to finalize our budget requests for the upcoming biennium. And what I could tell you is that the breakdown of those 5 or 6 buckets, the percent allocation that's going to each of those buckets remains relatively consistent for the years in which the board is considering approval today, fiscal years 28 and 29. The proportionate distribution is pretty consistent with the prior years. With that, one more clarification, Chair Brooks, just in anticipation of the question. If you look at the backup material, you'll notice that one of the buckets that is identified in board policy relates to the student association fees. That's support for our student governments at our institutions. You will notice that there are some of the distributions that reflect a $0 amount for student association. That does not mean that we're not, or our campuses are not supporting student government. There is a, under Title IV, Chapter 10, Section 15, the student association fee does support student government. And if an institution seeks board approval, they can establish a separate fee outside of the fee that's outlined in Title IV, Chapter 17, the per credit hour registration fee. So those institutions that show $0 for the student access fee, or I'm sorry, the student association portion on the PGM, it's not because they're not collecting a fee for student government. It just has been approved outside of this fee. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions specific to the agenda item? I don't see any. I think you did a great job on that one. There's no questions for you. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion for approval.
Is there a second? Thank you, Regent Gokachia. So there's a motion to approve by Regent Arascata for the revision distribution of student registration fees for the academic years of 27-28 and 28-29 is seconded by Regent Gokachia. Is there any additional discussion on it? Seeing none, those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
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 Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 22, public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is no public comment at GBC.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Las Vegas?
There's no public comment in Las Vegas.
Thank you. Is there any public comment here in Reno? Okay. Thank you. SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
There's no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. So we will recess this meeting until 9 a.m. Tomorrow morning. I'd like to remind you of the UNR reception in the great room. And also, I just want to say, go Knights go. We've got a series of 2-2, and I think that puck drops at right now. I think is when the puck drops. So thank you all very much. We'll see you tomorrow.